So and if I was to walk a straight line from right now from where I am, and continue this straight line, I will never come back to exactly where I am right now.
Nope. Never been done to validate it.
What are you going to use for a reference to go in a straight line?
I have like a really good compass and navigation system.
Okay, so that means you'll go in a circle around the North Pole. Good. So that's a circle. So not a straight line.
All right, that's all.
That just confused the shit.
Well, he's going to use a compass which follows north, and if you go east and west, and you're on top of the globe, if you're standing next to the North Pole, like 10 feet away from it, and you go east and west, you're going to go in a circle, and all you have to do is keep going farther and farther away. You're still going to go in a circle, no matter how far away you go.
Lamas, we'll try to stop torturing you for just a half a second. We're not making any claims about where the land or the water might end in any direction. No one here is making any claims like that. We're talking about the surface which we dwell atop that we can measure. And everywhere we measure it is flat, right?
I see. Okay. I get that. I understand that point.
Right. We're not going to make claims about things that we obviously couldn't prove. And we don't want to speculate on it because it helps nobody.
And then we also tell you guys when you make claims of things you cannot prove and then you don't like it. So we're trying to put you on an even playing field with us.
Okay, I get it. I get it. I think Toothless has a question.
Well, just before that question, I was going to say it would help the listeners for you to concede that you haven't been able to prove the existence of the heliocentric model, the globe that you believe you live on. That will go a long way to a good faith.
Well,
yeah,
Jin, he wasn't trying to be fair. That was not his objective.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought he was carrying that position, though, but okay. I understand.
It's okay. It's just my understanding, right, from my personal experience, is whenever the surface is not land, it's water. And whenever it's not water, it's land. And above that is air. And then above that, I couldn't tell you what exists.
Well, it's because you know how fish, they live in water, and if they go up above the water, then they die. Like if we go out of the air, we die. So we live in our little area. Fish live in their little area. Things that live in their areas live in their areas.
Yeah, Toothless, open your mic, bro, and ask your question. No worries. Practice that English, bro.
He might be toothless.
You got to stop with this insecurity nonsense. You keep teasing that you're going to ask a question. There's a VC. It's open. Lamas here gave you the floor. Very respectfully, I think you should not disrespect him. Open your mic and ask the question.
Toothless, don't be scared. We get all sorts of random questions coming through here. If it's Earth-related, it's not a stupid question. It's your curiosity getting satisfied. So ask the question.
Toothless, I spoke to you earlier today. I know that your mic works. I know that you can speak good enough English to ask this question. And the more that you type in chat and then whine about being too scared, even though you still even haven't asked the question in chat, leads me to believe that it's kind of a cop-out and you're just trying to annoy people. And I'll just, mute you text-wise, and then you'll have to speak in here because I'm getting tired of it, dude. Come on.
Oh my God, Toothless! Just say your fucking question.
Seriously. All right, well.
Is the moon flat?
Yep, we got pictures of that too. I think Yoder keeps those pictures.
Well, let's have a look at this logically. In order for you to have a ball-tard, and then you guys are going to claim that shadows cast during eclipses prove that the Earth is a ball, that means the moon would have to be flat.
Yep.
So which is it? Is the moon flat and the Earth a ball, or is it the other way around? You've got yourself a bit of a conundrum there.
Only one can be the ball and only one can be flat. You can't have both be balls. Okay, another stupid question off the table. Anybody else got any good ones?
Well, actually, he asked another sensible question. Why not both balls? Because when you project a shadow or cast a shadow that's generated from a sphere onto another sphere, the shadow that lands on that second one isn't what you think it is. It's a sinusoidal pattern. It's a wave pattern. It doesn't come out as a sphere or a circle as you would expect. It does some other weird stuff. That's why they both can't be balls.
Any other Earth questions? Yeah. Can you tell me what Jupiter's moons are made of?
Oh shit! What holds the sun up if the Earth is flat?
Why did you mute me?
Time zones.
If the Earth is flat.
Oh, Toothless, you're great. I want to hear your question.
I can see that. I can see that.
There is no question, is there, Toothless? You're just kind of wasting people's time at this point, right?
I think I recognize this guy. He's done this before.
I wanna type it.
Well, you can't. You're here in the VC. You're off mute. You obviously speak English. Ask the question.
Use AI and just copy paste it.
Yeah, but it's hard. I can't. I can't.
It can't be that hard. I can understand you
I need to write it.
every time you speak. If you had
What's
the
it
question, you
about?
would have already typed it. That's the funny thing, Toothless. You would have already asked this question in text since you had the opportunity. Instead, you whined about it.
I'll type it out for you. Give me the letters one at a time.
Yeah.
More like thoughtless than toothless.
Agreed. For Anas, do you have any questions?
Why is Earth's shadow on the moon not flat?
That's not Earth's shadow. Unless you could prove it.
Yeah, it's no shadow. Whoever came up with that idea, that's crazy that they would even pass it around and tell people that in school.
Lamas, we're talking about a completely different cosmology. You can't like shoehorn a flat Earth into like a solar system and the heliocentric idea. It's totally different. All that stuff does not apply.
I was just reading this guy's question on chat. I didn't.
Oh, was it Emeron or whatever.
Was answered.
Emron, you can unmute and talk to us. But to answer your question, Imran, like I was speaking to Lamas, it's a completely different cosmology. You can't mix and match. Panagoita, welcome. I hope I said that right.
Iota. Yeah, you know, G-I-O-T-A. It's the A and the G is silent. Like Paniota.
Panagoita. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
No, not so much. I just came in late into the discussion, so I thought I'd just wait and see how it's planning out at the moment. So.
Okay, well, welcome. If you're just here to listen, no worries.
I don't have a question, but I have a little more confirmation that we live on a flat Earth. I had the unique opportunity. I felt that it was unique last week of working for a customer who was a deckhand on a tugboat, and he told me that. Well, I asked him what's the furthest he could see, and he goes up and down the Columbia River, and he said that there's some stretches there where he can see a complete shoreline between 30 and 40 miles. So I thought that was pretty cool to hear from him.
That's impressive. That's a long ways.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, he's talking about seeing complete shoreline. At nighttime, he says he thinks he can see 40 miles, like to see the light that they have, the little guide lights out in the river. But
yeah,
I couldn't find the light to take a distant measurement, but I was able to measure, like, you know, 36 miles of complete shoreline from where he told me on maps. Yeah.
I think it happens so frequently. I think a lot of people have those types of observations, at least, you know, like at sea and stuff, or even if they have a perspective where they're at great heights and they can see a long ways. But either way, at sea level or even at like river level, you know, it doesn't occur to them that if you see something 40 miles away, that ends the idea that you're on a globe, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And there's areas around me where I could see 80 miles. You know, I don't know that my elevation at that time, but from Salem, I could see Mount St. Helens, and that was like 80 miles away. And I could see Mount Hood, that was 56 miles away from the same spot. And I think I was, you know, probably like 200 feet. My elevation was. But I'm not talking about just the tips of it. I'm talking about like the full mountain.
Right. Yeah, I've got an observation of 112 miles, but that's over land, right? So I could see a mountain from my point of observation. But you know, when you're dealing with terrain that ultimately is ramping up, I can't really use that, you know. But I could see
Yeah,
it
I
from the base to
understand.
the top too.
Yeah.
Says who?
Yes.
Can we live on the underside of the earth? according to the flat Earth.
The underside? I didn't know there
Yeah.
was an underside.
So we only live on this surface.
Yeah, we're all on the same surface because we all have parallel verticals and parallel horizontals.
Maybe he thinks. Yeah, maybe he thinks we're a pancake floating in space that flips around or something.
Yeah, no, we're all on the same surface.
So yeah, you think we're in space floating?
So are we not in the space floating?
No.
The Earth, I mean, the Earth is not moving.
No.
Yeah. Interesting.
Toothless, you've been here for quite a while. I'm sure you've already heard that. I mean, you've asked questions similar to this before. Yes, the idea of outer space and a vacuum and all those galaxies and stuff filling up that big empty space is all nonsense.
Yeah, but I never asked about the underside.
Well, nobody here has ever made a claim about an underside. I couldn't tell you what happens after you go about 8 miles down from the surface.
What happened?
Well, in Russia, they had this thing called the Kona super deep borehole, and they drilled as far as they could, and their equipment stopped working at somewhere almost to 8 miles. Now, interestingly enough, the depths of the ocean, the deepest parts of the ocean, are somewhere in the ballpark of like 8 miles. So anything after 8 miles, I can't tell you what's further down. But I don't think there's anybody making a claim about an underside of the Earth. You know, like the idea that it's hovering in some way, that there's like an underside that we could even access or whatever. Like, no one's going to make that claim. But your English is good, so you just keep talking in the VC, man.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
Do you have something like a picture or a source of the flat Earth? I wanted to say
No.
myself.
Well, you see it every time you go outside. You know.
I mean a draw, not a real picture.
There's no way that we could conceptualize or give you the ultimate scope of the Earth itself. We don't know its limits. We don't know its ultimate breadth or width, you know? Like, so I can't give you even an idea of what the whole thing looks like. And if somebody tries to make one of those, they'd be doing themselves and everybody else a disservice. That's not a good idea.
Oh.
All right, we've got Agata or Agata. Hope I'm saying it right. Welcome. We've got Saveni. He's in here to crash out again. Welcome, Saveni. Yeah, anyway, Earth is measured flat. The spinning water ball in a vacuum is just a fairy tale.
Can you tell us about yourself? Why did you change your thoughts about the Earth?
Well, I mean, ultimately,
Or when?
like most of everybody in here, for the majority of my life, I was under the impression that I lived on a spinning water ball in a vacuum. Obviously, the propaganda works fairly well. But just some long distance observations on YouTube kind of had me scratching my head. And don't get me wrong, I asked all the same questions. How come I can't see from here to wherever? You know, like the Burj Khalifa or the pyramids or some large mountain, like all the way to Everest. Like those are the things that will go through your head. Like I should be able to see forever. And all of a sudden, you have to be reminded, oh no, stuff gets smaller with distance. And you know, all the conceptions out there, like the AE map with the sun and the moon going around it, I bought into that for a little while, but I was like, no, that doesn't make sense for a lot of different reasons. But ultimately, the thing that is the most convincing is your everyday experience. And then, oh, by the way, it's measurably flat. But we always operate on the Earth as over there is horizontal, you know, up, down, vertical. So when we interact with this place, we always treat it as if it's a horizontal realm, and that up and down is parallel to up and down over there, and horizontal is always parallel. And so once you kind of get your mind right, once you get rid of all like the imagery that you've been like steeped in for most of your life, and then you realize, oh yeah, by the way, this place is not moving. If it was, especially at the speeds they're giving us, you would definitely notice. Oh, and by the way, if the Earth was exposed to a vacuum, there would be no air pressure. So it's all just kind of oh duh stuff, but it takes you a while to get out of the mindset, the brainwashing, to just to realize it, and then you have to overcome whether or not you're going to go through life as a pariah, right? Somebody who's going to be socially condemned for knowing something that the rest of the people that you know believe to be stupid, and then by consequent, they're going to think that you're stupid. There's like courage, and then getting rid of the brainwashing. Those are the things you have to contend with before you come to terms with reality.
Mhm.
But I was about 35 when I started looking into this. I'm 45 now. It's been 10 years.
Uh, mm, yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Good morning. This is India, and here it is a time of morning, and the morning seems to be very magnificent.
Where's the sun rising today? In the east or in the north?
Sun rising from the east.
From where?
Good talk.
Guys, would we discuss about anything?
Normally, as long
Is
as
it
it's
related?
related.
Yeah, it's related. Yeah.
Hey, T-Dub, you know the unban command at home base?
It should just be unbanned.
All right, well, I've done that, so hopefully someone can come out of their cogdis. Because normally, like, when you ban someone, it pops a little message up, blah, 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 has been banned for whatever time you gave them. But there's no message that pops up to say they've been unbanned.
Where did you do it?
I did it in Livestream locker room.
Okay. Yeah, I can't remember if it actually gives you a message or not. Try it in bot. You got me wondering, is it even unban? Unmute?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering.
Is it unmute? Try it in bot audit.
Might be
It wouldn't be unmute, is it? I don't know.
Try that. Oops. There we go. And roles have been restored. Yep, unmute.
Awesome.
Thank you. Why wouldn't they just have it so it's just the same command again? Ban someone. If you want to unban them, just type the command in again. As long as it displays the message, you can. Indio.
Yeah, the toggle on, toggle off seems popular now. That mode.
It's easy because you don't have to remember different commands for the same thing. You just type it in, message pops up. Oh, I've done the wrong way. Type it in again. You know, in all seriousness, I nearly want to go back to home base just to watch that clown get banned again. I don't think they'll last an hour. It was only a 7-day stint in Cog Deuce.
Are there people in there?
Nuked. Yeah, there's a few.
Nice.
Like 14 of them or so.
Good. It's good to see, and it just goes to show too. Like we can operate. Probably we could probably operate all three at once. Just
yeah.
depends on
The hard bit
willingness.
as you know, everyone wants to be part of the conversation, whether they just want to listen in or some people actively yapping. Most people trend to go where that's happening. So it's our own demise. Here we are saying we should operate all three. We can operate all three. Logistically, we can do it. You know, like if we all just went, you know what? If Discord, if we had to go through home base first and it automatically spat us into different channels as per our arrival, you arrive first, you go to channel 1, I arrive second, I go to channel 2, and if it did that, we could man quite a few channels quite comfortably. But because we all want to be a part of the conversation, oh look, it's quiet here, let's jump to the other one. And all of a sudden the conversation gets great there because there's everybody, and this one dies off. That's just the nature of the beast. It's interesting though to watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that'd be an interesting system to have, you know. Sign up to.
As you log in, it automatically assigns where you're going to go. Today, your post is X. You like being in the army. You're posted here today, son. Deal with it. Grab your gun, grab your ration pack, be on your way. I've already been asked what's the command to send him back to contest. Oh man.
Who was it? Who is it?
Oh, that's funny. You know that
Who is
catnap
it?
idiot? You know that cat?
Oh yeah.
Catnap clown. The other day, he was over at home base and he typed something very stupid in the chat channel, and that's what I just looked at that and went, fuck's sake, I've got to get rid of you. So I give him a 7-day holiday, and I thought, you know what, that'll be all right. And they wanted to bring him back, so fair enough. If he's going to behave himself. But even the person asked me if he could come back also admitted that he probably won't last long, and it's probably not looking that way.
Makes me want to go over and have a listen.
I know, right? Well, I'm gonna go and stick my head in home base and see what's going on.
All right, mate. No worries.
Good afternoon, everybody. But can I ask you a question? Great. Can I?
Hello, guys. What is this going on there? Is it part of some religion or something?
Joy. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Are you flat earther?
Not yet.
No, there isn't a yet. You're never gonna be one.
Well, they're trying. The flat earthers are trying to convince me.
Let me give you something that I made myself. It's called the flat Earth dilemma. It's called the FEI. I mean, no, sorry, not FEI. It's the FED, the flat Earth dilemma. Right. So basically, it's this. It's like it follows from like different premises, but basically it's this. And it's to do with not the measurement of the Earth. It's actually to do with whether the ground is moving or not. So you can verify, for example. So basically, it's this. It's basically about the sun moving across the sky. They think the sun is actually moving, and not the ground moving, making the sun look like it's moving. So it's either this. You're driving a car, and so person number one is the guy driving the car. He looks out the window and he can see that everything is passing by and the ground is moving below him. He says that, oh, the ground is moving below me. The guy outside the car sees that the ground is stationary and that the car is actually moving. So which guy is wrong, right? And if they say that the guy outside is wrong, then they have to basically concede they're a fucking retard. If you say the guy in the car is wrong, then they basically cannot say that the ground is stationary and the sun is moving. They have to prove that the ground is stationary and they have to prove that the sun is moving. And that's why and it leads into the debate. Basically, this dilemma leads into the debate whether, how do you verify this object is moving or not. So we know that planes above us are moving because we can go inside planes, we can interact with planes, we know clouds are moving because we can interact with them and everything. And one of them, his name is Lats. You might see him in here often. He got completely baked in DMs with me, and he can show you them unless he starts deleting his messages. And he actually did start doing that. I saw him like delete a message, but you basically he wouldn't answer whether the guy in or out the car was in the wrong, because there's a thing called perspective, right? And they also like do this double standard where they say, oh, well, the perspective makes the ship look like it's disappearing over the horizon. But at the same time, they say, well, the sun is moving on this from our perspective. Well, how do you know it's moving? How do you know it's not the ground that's moving? Right? So it's basically the flat earth dilemma that I've made. And hopefully a lot of people who believe the earth is a globe will use this dilemma because it catches them in the trap. They cannot refute it. It's irrefutable. And then the whole debate comes on. So if they concede, well, the guy in the car is wrong, then the whole debate builds from there. So measurements of the earth, it goes from there. The sun, because it creates a confusion. They get confused when they don't know whether the ground beneath them is moving or the sun is moving. Right. That's basically it. Are you there?
Oh, I'm here.
Yeah, what do you think about the dilemma?
I think it's too complex and to
Of
be
course.
to be effective, and I think
It's
you
formal
will.
it's formal. It's a part of formal logic. There's informal and formal.
Right, we're not much for formality here.
Yeah. I do a lot of formal logic. I can go informal, like I mean.
But the bigger thing is most flat earthers that I can think of having discussed stuff with, and I'm giving my opinion, so I'm not trying to straw man any of them, but they don't even commit to the sun being a thing in a place, nor to standard geometry applying to that. So it's just something you see. It's not necessarily actually something in a physical location. It's just something you see. And of course,
Yeah, so perspective does not entail reality. Do you agree?
Many flat earthers have taken the approach to me that they don't think that that perspective applies to the sun.
Yeah, that's their double standard hypocrisy, right? So you know that thing, right? When a plane takes off, a plane's coming towards you, it's taking off, or I think no, it's landing. It can be either or, taking off or landing. You're driving a car on the highway and you're going in the opposite direction the plane is coming, and the plane seems to be stationary, right? Have you seen that illusion?
No, but I have a
You
question.
can look on YouTube. You can look everywhere for it. Does it mean the plane is stationary, like levitating in the air? No.
If a plane takes off and there's nobody in it, did it really take off?
No, there's people in it, obviously.
No, I mean it's possible that there was only the pilot in the airplane, and
Yeah,
he
okay,
was
fine. That's fine.
and he
That's
locked the
fine.
controls and he revved up the engine and then he jumped out and the plane took off with nobody in it.
That's cool. But the planes cannot levitate for hours and not hours, but for like that amount of time.
Maybe he set the autopilot.
Planes cannot levitate, buddy. Only helicopters can.
Well, at 525 miles an hour, they can.
They can't levitate.
Well,
The planes cannot be stationary in midair. They have to either go forward or just crash.
Unless they have a headwind equal to their or faster than their stall
Headwind,
speed.
yeah, that's true, yeah. But then you'd have to like. But I'm basically saying like, without no headwind, is the plane stationary or not?
You say without any headwind.
Yeah, so if the plane's actually moving, so the guy outside the car sees the plane moving, it's taking off. The guy inside the car, he sees the plane and it's stationary. It's because his speed is almost matching the plane speed. Not exactly, because cars don't really go that fast on the highway, but there's the illusion of it being stationary. The plane's not
Well,
stationary; it's taking off.
I've just set up a circulating aquarium pump, 6-string filters, all in a barrel with some water and some pool salt, and it's supposed to be
Give me a
circulating,
second. I'll be
mixing,
right back. I'll be right back. Hold.
and filtering. So I'm gonna go take a look at that.
Wait 1 second. Well, anyways, yeah.
Hello, in camp.
Hey, Bill, how's it going?
Good. How are you, Jesse?
Oh, not too bad.
Good, good. Pretty quiet over here, huh?
Oh, yeah, I think they all snuck off to another server.
Yeah, there's a bunch over them over at 24/7, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a bunch of cackling hens over there.
Oh, is it ladies' night?
No. I just they're talking so much. There's no way to jump in.
Yep. Well, it's just us chickens here.
Yep. That's it. Uh, getting tired.
Well, Is that your cat or mine?
That's my cat.
Okay. Well,
He's big. Handsome.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to spool up for doing another fish tank salt refraction experiment.
Oh, yeah?
But instead of doing it the traditional way of filling with fresh water and then just dumping the salt in and letting it dissolve, I'm planning to try something different where I make a big batch of super strong brine in a different
Yeah.
container. Then I fill the fish tank with, half full of fresh water. Then I very slowly pump brine with a tube into the bottom of the tank. Like kind of like pouring mercury underwater. It'll lift up the fresh water. So the idea is the salty water will go in and lift up the fresh water, forming a gradient. And I'm hoping that this will make it less cloudy because I'm going to try to filter out all the cloudiness that comes in standard pool salt. Or maybe actually we don't have pools in my area, but we have, well, there's a few, but we have water softener salt, but it has a lot of white sediment in it that clouds the experiment.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So right now I got 6 string wound water filter cartridges off Amazon and plumbed them all in parallel, and then I have a little aquarium pump sucking water through all of those, and they're on the bottom of a 50-gallon drum, a plastic one. And then I poured the salt and the water on top of that, so the pump sucks the water through the filters, through the salt, through the filters, and then spurts it out. And so I'm hoping to filter out a lot of the crud. But we'll see. I've never done it this way before.
Interesting.
Boy, it's salty though. I stuck my tongue in just for a quick taste. I spat good after that.
Yeah, you could brine a turkey in there when you're done.
You better believe it.
That'd make for a good turkey.
I bet it would.
You bet. You bet.
I'm just looking up. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, what else is happening? You're looking something up?
Oh, yeah. I was just, I always get curious about stuff. I was just looking up to find out what kind of bacteria can live in such a massively salty brine. And there are actually some bacteria that can live in that kind of condition. But it looks, I'm not sure that they're poisonous though. Like they exist in soy sauce because soy sauce is very salty and fermented.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's some, pickled beans that are really salty or something, I guess, that have that kind of bacteria in there.
Huh. I'll be a suck egg mule. Oh, William left too soon.
That was short and sweet.
Yeah. Yep.
It looks like most extreme salt loving bacteria are harmless to humans, but some are associated with toxic, harmful algae blooms or can produce toxins in polluted environments. Oh, I see. So, like, they might make some normally insoluble heavy metals soluble. So, like, the bacteria itself's not the problem, but they mobilize other pollutants that would normally just be settled out.
Oh yeah. Yep. I can picture that.
How about that? I just figured that, you know, fully saturated salt brine didn't support any life form.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the ocean's only 3.5% salt by weight. So it's salty, but it's not nearly as salty as like super salt brine, which would probably be 10 times that much salt.
Oh yeah. I believe it.
Okay, yeah, you can dissolve about 26% salt into water. Almost a third by weight.
Huh, that's a lot of salt.
It is a lot of salt.
I wonder what the Great Salt Lake is, percentage wise.
It says, well, it says it's ranging from 5% to 29%.
Whoa! 5% doesn't surprise me, but 29, that's... Well, now, wait a minute. Didn't you just say that the max it could get is 25?
Yeah, I am reading the Google AI preview. Was it
So they
25
didn't...
or 26? I don't remember.
I don't either. But still, if the Great Salt Lake is 29 at points, that's crazy. I mean, that's definitely a third.
Yeah. Oh, I see what happens is, you know, when it's full, there's more water and it
Oh,
dissolves it, but then it dries up. The water evaporates, but the salt's stuck there. Which is why
gotcha.
And so then it reaches like almost super saturation where the salt is now having to precipitate out.
And that's where when you go and try and float in it, you really float, or when you try and swim in it, you really float.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh, interesting.
Boy, if you had any little scratches on your fingers, though, you sure would feel it.
Oh boy, you better believe that. Wouldn't have any infections though.
Nope, not unless it was that kind of bacteria that lives in that kind of brine.
Yeah, true.
But
Yeah,
as
you
soon as you
can.
took a shower, it would die because it didn't have the salt it needed.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, sometime when it's not late and I'm not tired and you're not just ready to slip into bed or whatever, I would be honored to hear about your third best flat earth proof. You told me
Ah,
about your first and your second best, and I'm looking forward to the third best.
yeah. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Right now, I need to go check on my uh, salt machine and eat dinner and get to bed because I got work scheduled for tomorrow.
You betcha.
So I'll kind of be in and out as I go in and out. I might, you know what? I'm gonna take a little 3x3x3 uh, like mini fish tank thing and test my theory on it with the salt brine and just see if it works.
Sure. That's a good idea. Yep, that's a good idea. I'll probably be turning in soon. I am getting groggy. Oh, what do we got? Man, did you turn in or did I lose signal?
You're loud and clear there, Bill. I just stepped outside to draw some rather nice looking salt brine from my salt machine.
Oh, very good. Okay.
You know those 50-gallon blue plastic drums that the lid comes
Yep.
off?
Yep.
I took one of those and set up my contraption down in the bottom of that and put 40 pounds of water softener salt in there and a little bit of fish tank clarification stuff.
Oh yeah.
And the little pump is running, sucking it through the 6 filters and then spurting it back in there, just kind of circulating to try and make it nice and clear.
Oh, wow. Working good?
It's looking very promising.
Oh yeah. Oh, Catnap's here, but he's perma muted. I can't help you. I'm not getting chat messages anyway. Ah, dadgum. Yeah, I better think about turning in.
What do you have going on this evening?
Oh, I was watching a movie, listening to 24/7, playing a game. I went out and watched transients move through the stars a little bit. That was entertaining. Oh, but ultimately, I think I'm out of ideas.
Well, it's about that time of night, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. My back's killing me. Better go rest it. I'll probably stay on here though, till I get real groggy. Is that catnap trying to get back in? I think you're perma-muted, buddy. I can't help you. I don't know if they'll ever unmute him. Who else is in here? Anybody looking for a powwow? Not him. Orion's here. Catnap can't talk. Poor fella. I can't read any chats for some reason.
Well, this trick of dribbling or slowly piping brine into the bottom of a freshwater tank looks like it's going to work very well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just did it in a little 3x3x3 cube clear plastic thing I have. And it's looking very promising.
Huh. So you're going to get that laser to bend down?
I don't know. Let me try. I just put it in there and just looking through the side of it, I can see the different layers of density just from the way it bends light just from looking through it. But let me try the laser on it.
Yeah. Hey, Jimsy. Nobody's in a mood to talk.
Kind of late here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think we're running out of energy, too.
Soon falling.
What's that?
I'm soon falling asleep.
Oh, yeah. Falling asleep, are you?
What's the reason?
I'm just now waking.
Oh, are you? Where you at, learning?
I just got back from the gym.
Hello? I think I can talk now.
Oh, boy. Somebody set catnap loose.
Yeah, if you guys were talking, I won't interrupt.
Right on.
Well, let's start a series topic about economics, but not really economics, just some of the cons of what's going on in this world and what we are coming
I
to
think we have to
learn.
stay on topic or we'll get banned and kicked off the channel.
Who?
Yeah, some of the cons they're pulling on us, like telling us we live on a globe.
You would believe that, right? Because you look up and you see a full moon.
What?
I said you believe that we're on a globe because we look up and we see a full moon. Wouldn't you believe that they would tell us we're on a globe because we are and that there's a full moon in a space out there?
What does the moon have to do with measuring the Earth?
I didn't realize that you were talking about measuring the Earth. What are your calculations and how spacious, how in diameter is the Earth? How big round is it? It's not as big as the sun.
That's an excellent question. Very good. Yeah, so we're told that we live on a globe with a circumference of 24,901 miles and a radius of 3,959 miles. That globe is 71% covered in water. And the nature of bodies of water at rest is to seek and find their own level. I think you'd agree. So if that water, 71%, was covering the globe, then it would have to show a consistent curve rate. That curve rate, derived from the aforementioned dimensions, is 8 inches per mile squared. When you're an observer standing on the beach looking out over the water is the best place to try and observe that curvature. which we mentioned why a little bit earlier. But what you'll notice is at about 3 miles, you should lose sight in the horizon of distant objects or traveling objects. And as they go further, they should disappear over the limitations created created by a geometric horizon, to the tune of at 10 miles, 66 feet will be about 60 feet will be obstructed from view. At 100 miles, 6,600 feet. And the problem is that we have photographic evidence well over 100 miles where there's no curvature observable.
So tell me, why is it that we're human and we eat, poop, and pee, and the ground is made of fertilizer, which is shit. It is doo-doo. And tell me how we come from soil, you know?
What has that got to do with the Earth being flat?
Because the Earth isn't exactly flat.
Well, true. I mean, there is topography, but
When are we
when
gonna
we
fall into the ocean?
yeah, when you step off the shoreline. So that's why we're using water to demonstrate that there's a horizontal plane that we live on. There's topography, of course. There's mountains and valleys, but
Yeah.
there is no earth curve.
So you're telling me that how far down deep in the ground can we dig? They say there's a core of the Earth and it's full of molten lava. But how
Okay.
far to the ground? Like the Earth has to be insanely huge if most of the Earth is full of water. So the Earth must be really big and must have a rockstructural structure that keeps us here on top. But yet most of the Earth is filled with water, and most of the Earth is water. So, and then
Well, that's not the claim of your ball believers. Your cult of scientism does not claim that the Earth is mostly water. So what they do claim is that there's a radius, or the core is at 3,959 miles. The deepest regardless of what the the description of the Earth's surface is, round or flat, nobody knows what's beyond a little more than 7.5 miles. The Kola borehole in Russia was the deepest anyone ever has bored. The problem with the Kola borehole is they had predictions for temperature and pressure, and those predictions were vastly exceeded. And if they scaled to a radius of 3959, that would have meant that the core of the Earth is hotter than the surface of the sun as they predicted, which is all nonsense. It's
so
all
do you believe that since the world is so advanced now and so powerful, just the all around questioning of existence in general, do you believe that a person can come from soil and be here on earth as a human being without having birth mother or birth father? So basically lightning and mud hit and then a person appears and walks the earth and is a
well,
overseer sent from a different planet or a higher power that we do not know of, and that person were to keep it secret. Do you
that's a
believe that that's possible?
that's a fascinating question. I think it belongs maybe in the religion room, but in here we talk about the description of the Earth's surface, which is horizontal, planar, flat, and stationary.
Okay. You ever watched The Big Bang Theory?
The TV show?
Yeah.
Uh-huh, yeah.
I was watching it last night. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cute. And do you have a point?
Yeah.
What's that?
Tell me about minerals and like gold, along the lines of gold, and what are the most important fossil fuels that we need, or that we're not able to get our hands on. What are the fossil fuels that are in the earth that are worth so much money?
Fossil fuels? You mean like oil coming from decomposed animal and plant matter? That's a fairy tale, man. There's no truth to that.
But you know exactly what I'm talking about, so why would you just define what fossil fuel is? Or fossils? What are you talking? Is fossil
It's a
dinosaurs or something?
Yeah, it's a fairy tale. There's no truth to it.
So you don't believe in dinosaurs?
No. Have you looked into the dinosaur wars of the 1800s? It's totally ridiculous. So, well, but really we should stick to the description of the earth. But that is a fascinating topic.
Mhm. Yeah. I don't think it was in the 1800s, but probably like the 1300s there were dinosaurs, because they found fossil fuels in the ground, dinosaur bones. They found
No,
it.
no,
Yes,
no,
they
they
did.
didn't. No, no. The first dinosaur bones. I don't know the exact year, but so this guy wrote a book about massive animals that walk the earth, and guess who was the first person to find a dinosaur bone? And I was in the 1800s. Um, I'm not exactly sure exactly when, but he was. And he was also the last guy to um, submit to Oxford, I believe. 1,000, I think it was. I might be off a little bit, but something like 1,000 new species. They accepted 3. So did he just fabricate, 997 species out of nowhere? Well, why would you give the other 3 any credibility if he faked all these other hundreds of species that
So
these
you're basically trying to
paleontologists didn't
say
believe in?
that he was into drawing pictures and he was very artistic, but yet you're not bringing up the fact that you can't just make a big dinosaur bone and dig it, I don't know, 20, 80, 60, 50, 80 feet in the ground. And that was where the dinosaurs were, dude.
How do we know it was a dinosaur bone and not a whale bone?
Because we can date back in time. Just
They say they can, but they say they know a lot of things that they really have no clue. They're just making it up. If you can't make it, fake it, and that's what a lot of them are good at. But that's a fascinating topic. But we probably should stick to the description
all
of
right,
the Earth's surface.
flat Earth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
Tell me what a hill is, though. You drive down a hill.
Yeah, it's topography. We have hills. We have valleys.
What
Oh,
is
catnap
topography?
loose. Somebody said catnap loose again.
Hello?
Yeah,
Who's muting me and muting me?
I don't know. It's not me.
They're scared. The reason why they're muting me is because they're scared. They don't want me to be on live on air.
Yeah, right. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I've heard your arguments. I don't think that's why they're muting you. Oh, our other impatient guy took off. Oh, is that him back? No, somebody else. Yeah, catnap, you're loose, man. What are you gonna do with your freedom? How are my descriptions doing, Jimsy? He sounded pretty tired earlier. He might have fallen asleep. It's about where
Okay,
I'm getting.
I was gonna say something.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So do you know what the FED is?
The FED, no.
Yeah. So this is something I made. It's called the flat Earth dilemma, and it's with one argument.
Okay.
It's a pretty easy argument. So it's structured around a hypothetical. So there's a guy in a car, and there's a guy outside a car. The car's moving, right? And and the guy in the car says, "Well, the ground beneath me is actually moving. My car's stationary."
Yeah.
And the guy outside the car is saying, "Well, no, the ground is stationary and the car is moving." Which guy is wrong?
Are you sure that's your idea, or is that Einstein's
No, this is my
train
idea.
depot?
I don't know what I've never
That-
read into Einstein.
That's Einstein's train depot.
I literally do not know what. Well, oh wow. I mean, maybe I have the same brain as Einstein, but I've never. I swear on my life, I've never read into Einstein.
Well, that's very ingenious of you then, but that's basically Einstein's train depot. So is the guy at the depot if if we didn't take into account they knew what trains are, but does the guy on the train look like he's moving toward the guy on the depot to the guy on the depot, or to the guy on the train does it look like the man on the depot is moving toward him and that he's stationary? So without an inertial reference frame, it's very hard to discern that. But
Yeah. So when you say like the sun is moving and the ground is stationary, right? How do you know that it's the sun that's moving and the ground is stationary?
well, there's a few different ways, but one of which is we can't measure the motion of the Earth, so that would lead you to believe it's stationary. And there's others like Airy's failure with the stars. We can prove the stars are moving. I don't know that you can do that with the sun. Probably,
Yeah.
I
This
don't
is the
know.
car. This is the car analogy I made. So the
Yeah.
thing is, um, hold on, I'm being texted by Dajaz. Oh, Dajaz.
Did you have your dinner, Jesse?
No, not yet. I'm still having fun playing with my laser in this 3x3x3 gradient box I generated.
Oh yeah, how'd that turn out?
It bends the laser very well.
Oh, downward?
Oh yeah, of course, because the salt water's in the bottom.
Ooh, really?
It bends it so well over a 3-inch distance that I think if I do this in a 40-inch long tank, I think I can simulate Fata Morgana with total internal reflection off of the boundary between the fresh and the salt water.
Oh, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Heck yeah.
Because the gradient that forms is so, or the boundary is so narrow between the salt and the fresh, I'll probably, for my actual ultimate experiment, I'll probably have to kind of reach down with a little something, a little paddle on a wire, and mix up the interface to kind of spread the gradient out over some vertical distance.
Oh.
I hear that. What is that your cat?
No, it's his dog. It just sounds like a cat.
Idiot.
Yeah, my cat's begging for attention.
But it is 10 o'clock, so I should quit playing around and definitely have dinner and get to bed for sure.
What's for dinner?
Oh, I've got choices tonight.
Oh.
I could have lasagna. Costco take and bake lasagna, or frozen baked. I baked it the other night, so I'm working. They're big. One person takes several days to work through one of those, so I could have that. Or a friend just brought me a fresh home cooked shepherd's pie, which is very delicious.
Man. With lamb?
I don't know. I don't really even know what shepherd's pie is, but it's got like a cheese crust top, and it's got green beans and sauce, and it's absolutely amazing.
Should have a layer of mashed potatoes, and then if it's ground beef, it's a cottage pie, and if it's ground lamb, it's a shepherd's pie.
Okay. Well, all I know is that that's what my friend said it was, and I don't know, but I do know it tastes very good because I sampled it before running some errands earlier.
Oh yeah, shepherd's pie is one of my favorite dishes.
That's so cute.
What's your third choice?
Oh, I mean, there's always canned chili. Actually, I really like some chili with a little grated cheese melted over it, some corn chips on the side.
Oh yeah, Frito pie.
And then there's top ramen. I like top ramen now and again, but
Sure.
my philosophy is if I've got something fresh in the fridge, I eat it before I open something that's preserved, right?
Right.
Canned or dry or whatever.
That makes sense.
And of course, there's frozen Costco pizzas in the fridge. There's chicken pot pies, which aren't nearly as good as this homemade shepherd's pie. There's burritos, or actually chimichangas. And
What's for dessert?
I don't usually have dessert. I'm not much of a dessert guy. I mean, if I'm with friends, I will, but just at home, I don't usually have dessert.
Yeah, me neither. Nice, man. Sounds excellent.
Then there's other things. I've got all the makings to do spaghetti. I got the canned sauce and the dry noodles, and sometimes I do spaghetti. That's fun.
Yeah, spaghetti's good.
Actually, I have a bag of sweet potatoes that a customer grew and gave to me. I should be working on those before they spoil or whatever.
Oh, heck yeah. Man, those are good. A little brown sugar and butter.
Yeah, bake them up with. I got some chicken thighs frozen, so I could thaw those out and bake them up with bacon and sweet potatoes.
Oh, heck yeah.
So it's not like I don't have options.
Yep.
That's because I just went shopping.
Nice.
You know how it is. You have lots of options right after you go shopping, and then you run out of one thing, and then after a while you run out of another thing, and then pretty soon you're down to just one choice, and then it's time to go shopping again.
Yep. When you've had pancakes for a week and that's it, it's time to go shopping again.
Oh, I've got pancake mix too. I wonder if it's still good though. It's kind of old. I don't do it too often.
Oh, it won't go bad.
My normal breakfast routine is scrambled eggs and bacon. And
you bet.
and fresh tomatoes from my hydroponic tomato plants if they're cooperating.
Nice. Yeah, you could do breakfast for dinner if you wanted.
That is true.
Yep, that ain't bad. Oh, that pancake mix shouldn't go bad. There's nothing to that.
I'll have to check it out and see, yeah. I know some dried goods can go rancid.
Oh, yeah, they could.
Depending on what's in there.
Right. Yeah, that's awesome. Good choices.
I should spend more time cooking actual things more from scratch, but you know how it is. You're working on something interesting and it's getting late and you're trying to get it done, and then you look at the clock and it's 11 o'clock at night and you got work in the morning, so you can't stay up all night and sleep all day. So you're like, okay, I'm throwing something quick frozen in the microwave.
Oh yeah, I'm guilty of that myself. But you could always make up a fresh pot of chili or stew or soup and enjoy that for several days in a row. It's
Yeah.
kind of like conducting an experiment.
Yeah, yeah, I love doing that kind of stuff.
I
In
could
fact,
teach you how to make biscuits for breakfast, and you could whip up a batch of biscuits in 2 minutes. Have them in the oven for 8 to 12, depending on your temperature, and have piping hot, fresh baking powder biscuits.
oh yeah. Usually though in the mornings I'm kind of scramming for work, but I got the eggs and bacon routine down. Um, I turn the burner on to low and put the pan on it while I mix the eggs, and then I put the bacon in the oven on 350. Then I pour the scrambled eggs in the pan, put a lid on it, set a timer for 20 minutes, and in 20 minutes, breakfast done.
Pretty good.
A minimal cleanup too, so it, it it works if I'm not super late for my job. But if I'm super late, I just do have a quick bowl of cereal.
It's good to have options. Well, I hope you enjoy your supper this evening, whatever it may be.
I think it'll be the lasagna because it's been in the fridge longer.
You
How's
bet.
that for logic?
Oh, that's logical. And it's good.
Definitely. I put some real grated cheese on it and some parmesan and heat it up, and it's nice and tasty.
You bet. You betcha. Were you going to say something, Catnap?
Yeah, one of you guys called Dagaz, Dagaz. He doesn't know what a deductive syllogism is.
Oh, okay.
In the Flat Earth server.
All right. I cannot get any chats to come up, and I do not know why. Oh well.
I think this salt brine from my salt machine is actually more clear than the water coming out of my tap.
That's disconcerting.
There is a lot of calcium in my tap water. It's a well, so you know. But when I shine a laser or a flashlight through it, there's a bit of more of a haze on the beam in the tap water than there is in the salt water.
I'll be right back.
Thanks for the warning.
Hey, I'm back.
What's up?
Nothing. You know, if I was like ruling over a country, I would I would low key put the death penalty up for people who believe in the flat earth. Execution. Not just execution. This is a cult. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, we have evidence for what we claim, and the globe doesn't, proving that
What's your
it's
evidence?
faith-based. Showing that it's faith, demonstrating that it's faith-based, and therefore a cult. So it's actually
What's
you that's in the cult.
no? What's your evidence?
Catnap, you've heard.
Please don't say measurements. Don't say laser measurements because that's an old argument now. It's been refuted.
Yeah, it's not been refuted.
Have you looked on Walter's website?
Which one are you talking about?
His name's Wobbies. He's actually I actually have the PDF. It was posted here before, but nobody addressed it. Debunks the laser measurements, or I'll say experiments because it low key verbatim is an experiment.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. This is why capital punishment needs to be enforced on flat earthers.
Well, take it easy, Bill. My dinner's hot and it's in front of me.
It's just dangerous. It's you guys are not look
Enjoy,
Bill.
Jesse.
You're not stupid.
Enjoy,
You're not
Jesse.
you guys.
Good night.
Look, you guys are not stupid. You guys are dangerously you guys are dangerous. You're not stupid.
Mm-hmm. Who's paying you to spend so much time on your bullshit you're doing?
What bullshit?
Your these claims you're making, which are bullshit.
What about like the Einstein theory that I came up with myself without
what
even knowing
theory?
what it was?
Oh, the Einstein. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just my own thought process.
Yeah, that's interesting that you came up with something so close to the train depot. That is interesting.
Mm-hmm. I
I'll
just
take your
wish
word
I would
for
study more. I never studied in school
it.
because I just wanted to have fun. If I studied more, I'd probably be an astronaut right now. I'm not joking. Everyone tells me that. I just wanted to fuck around at school and play with my friends because I just didn't want to study. I just wanted to have fun.
Uh-huh. Well, if you
But
go to
no,
acting school, you can still be an astronaut.
no, I can just go get a GED.
Ah, okay. Very good. Very good.
Yo, the guys, don't you dare put words in my mouth. You knew exactly what I said.
Say what?
This guy in the side chat is saying that I was condoning death on a specific group of people as though it's saying I should go ahead and commit a homicide. No, I was just saying that the death sentence should be applied to people with dangerous beliefs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nothing like what he's trying to make it out to be. This is the
Well,
same guy I was talking to. Same guy I was just talking to. He doesn't know what a deductive syllogism is. And you failed to explain it.
if what you're calling for were implemented, you'd be the first one on the list because you've got some dangerous ideas.
All right. But yeah, he's trying to mute me right now. He's probably gonna kick me out the call. But he's really pissed because I literally caught him in a lie about what a deductive syllogism is.
Yep.
We weren't
Yep.
arguing whether the Earth was flat or not. He was criticizing my syllogism I made when I was talking to you guys in the other server. And what he said was completely irrelevant to it. He doesn't even know what the three categories are. He doesn't know what he doesn't even know what an inductive syllogism is.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Does he think the death sentence is a crime? You know the death sentence is in America, right? Death row. Have you heard of death row,
Yeah.
Bill? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not a crime. Yeah, this guy thinks it's a crime to be on death row. I'm just saying specific ideology should be. He's trying to mute me for that and kick me out.
Well, there are people that are opposed to the death penalty in the United States.
Yeah, but it's not a crime. It's like what
Well,
I said is not a crime. He thinks it's a crime.
Oh, what you're saying that it's a crime? Well, it's foolish, but I don't know
Yeah,
if
yeah,
it's
but
a
it's not a
crime.
crime. He thinks it's a crime. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
No, death sentence is like the best thing that's ever been made. To be honest, I don't even like the fact it's death. There should be a torture sentence because death is just the easy way out of things. Imagine you capture a pedophile; he should be tortured for the rest of his life, not killed.
Uh-huh. How old are you, Catnap?
I'm 21. Okay, so this guy just strawmanned me. He just said condoning death is committing the crime.
Yeah, there's people that believe that. I
Degaz,
can't
I
say
just
they're.
caught you. I screenshot. Don't you dare delete your message, Degaz. Sorry, I'm not talking to you, Bill. Sorry, I'm actually in the side chat right now.
Yeah, I know. There are people that believe the death penalty is a bad thing.
Yeah, yeah. Just give me 1 second, Degaz. I literally have. It's literally a few messages up. Don't you dare delete it. You just said it's a crime. Death sentence is not a crime. I've been talking about the capital punishment since the beginning.
There's people that think it is, man.
And pray to God it will come true one day. Because stuff like that, beliefs like the flat Earth, it stops people from actually enduring and pursuing innovation.
You're so clueless, man. What are you getting paid for wasting your time on here? Who's
We
paying
don't
you?
get to make rockets that take people up into space. Those kind of jobs you can actually get if you studied, which most of you guys haven't done.
Oh,
You
really?
actually, yeah, you actually get better grades, and then you can actually work hard and compete.
Yeah, and how are they maintaining pressure in the capsules that sustains human life
Hold on
at
1 sec.
14?
He's texting me again. It's not violating TOS to talk about the death penalty, you idiot. This guy does not know what he's talking about.
At
It does not
14.7.
violate Discord TOS. You can report me, but it does not violate Discord TOS. You're just mad that you could not prove what a deductive syllogism is. You're mad that you couldn't explain what the three types of syllogisms are. And now that I said that you guys should be on death row, you're trying to report me because I literally dogged on all of you.
Oh shit! Damn hellfire boy! You
Death penalty is not a crime, and that does not violate Discord TOS. The death row is a real thing. It's not a crime. It's the law. So report me all you want.
Yeah. I see why people mute you. If I had mod powers, I'd do it too.
I just look, Bill. I don't want you guys near my children.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like no way. It's no different to the KKK.
I think the world would be a better place if you didn't have children.
Is there actually anyone underage in your cult? Because if so, like, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna get your whole
Yeah.
like thing. I'm gonna get your whole like
You mean
community taken down.
my?
Not yours specifically. When I say your, it means all of you. That's
You
the
mean?
thing. Dagaz, he doesn't know like how slang works. He thinks when I'm saying asking, it entails question. When you ask yourself something, it doesn't always have to entail question. It's like another way of saying tell yourself.
Okay.
You should have seen my conversation with him. It was so funny. I was literally shitting myself with laughter.
Oh my god. What?
No, go to Cognitive Dissonance channel on the 24/7 Flat Earth server. Just read up what me and him were talking about. I was literally shitting myself. He was so mad.
Hmm. And
Like,
what country are you from again?
United States.
Are you
Why?
really?
Yeah.
Huh. That surprises me. I pick up I get a sense that you're from a European country.
I was born in a European country, but I'm from here. I live in the United
Oh.
States. I'm a citizen of the United States.
Where were you born?
I don't want to disclose that right
That's
now.
fine. Yeah, that's cool.
Right.
Just curious.
No worries.
I was just trying to place the accent to nationality, but you don't need to divulge that.
Yeah, I'm a citizen of the United States.
Very good. Very good.
Okay, the guys try. Good luck trying to report me for something that's not against TOS.
Oh man.
He's trying to do. He's trying so hard to get rid of me.
Well, maybe he is.
Yo, Dagaz, is condoning death penalty a crime? Is it against TOS? Guys, I'm gonna go. It's pretty late. It's 1:30 p.m. I'm gonna go, Bill.
Have a good night. We'll catch you next time.
All right. Good night.
The Earth is flat, guys. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Hello, is anyone talking? I don't know why can't I hear you guys? Maybe no one is talking. Can anyone respond that you can hear my voice or not? Just checking the internet speed. Oh, from 5 people, no one is ready to answer. Okay, then I think I have to go.
Flat Earth believer. I am a flat Earth believer. I believe in flat, everything flat.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
What's next?
हेलो बैंडचोद हेलो ए बैंडचोद
Yes. Hello. Hello.
हेलो बैंडचोद how are you
I'm very good.
what's your name chodu
You
what's
can
your
call
name
me. You can call me T Buggy.
T buggy do you believe earth is flat
It's not a belief. It's an experience. But I guess I
yeah
could answer your question as yes.
earth is flat you know
Yes.
all science books are teaching wrong we are not a round shape or orange shape
Right. That's right. We're not. We don't live on an orange.
yeah do you know who taught me this
Tell me who.
Allah
Allah.
Allah
Yeah. Did you read it or did you look outside? Did he say look
no
outside?
they came to me they came in my dream and they taught me
And it.
everything
And in your dream, did he say when you wake up, go and look outside and tell me if you see the curvature?
what
In your dream, did Allah say when you wake up, go outside and look to see? Can you see the curvature? Is there any curvature? Can you see it?
no I can't see any curvature
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Me either. It's a
yeah
problem, isn't it?
yeah चला गया भाई म्यूट कर दिया sorry bro
Yeah. Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
just joking
Exactly.
I was just
Allah.
joking bro
No,
okay
no,
bro
no, no.
just
It's true.
joking
No, it's true. It's true, bro. Because Allah did
what
not.
true it's not true
Allah, yeah. Allah did. Listen. Allah did not make a big giant ball and stick it in a vacuum and send it circling around a giant, massive nuclear fusion reactor. That's not what he did, and that's not what any of the scriptures say.
whatever bro but first of all I don't believe in God and there is a
You
God
don't
I
believe
don't
in
care
God?
no and I
Oh,
don't care
oh, okay.
yeah God
Fair
itself
enough.
came in front of me I don't care
You've got a game in front of you. You don't care. That's a
yeah
very. That's kind of an empty
yeah
existence.
no
It's
that's
kind
not
of
an
an
empty
empty.
existence
It's empty
because
existence.
yeah
Vain. It's vain
okay
and
that
non-fulfilling.
yeah you can say that
Yeah. I mean,
because
what are you going to do? Like, get the high score and enter your name into the high scores?
I ask questions I don't believe
You don't believe?
no I don't believe
Okay. Well, that's
yeah
your prerogative.
yeah I made my
Like,
decision
yeah.
because
Yeah. That's fine.
I have noticed that is totally nonsense
Meanwhile, when you look outside, there's no curvature. There's no curvature.
there is curvature who told you that
Look outside. Do you see any?
yeah I can
No, you don't.
when I was in plane I can see the round shape of earth
Really?
yeah
Yeah, because I heard that you can't even see it. I heard that you can't
just
even
like
see
a
it from
moon
100. I heard that you can't even see it from.
because you are blinded
I
you are
heard
blind
you can't.
you are
Listen,
blind
I heard. My goodness gracious
because
me!
you are
I
blind
heard. Yeah, I heard you can't even see it from 128,000 feet.
who told you that
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
no who told you that it's totally wrong
Neil deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicist.
I have seen that
You seen that?
yeah
Yeah, he said it looks flat.
flat hai
अरे हाँ तो उसको क्या बोलना कि बोलना अरे देख बोलना उस दिन मैं मंदिर के पास से जा रहा था मैं मंदिर के दीवार पे
You didn't see curvature from an airplane, bro. Nobody sees curvature from an airplane.
अबे इतना बोलना मेरे को आएगा क्या इंग्लिश में? उसको परेशान ही करना है। क्लास ग्रुप बना रखा है, पता है तुझे? नहीं, ये ग्रुप का नाम क्या है पता है? 24 डिवाइड बाय 7 फ्लैट अर्थ डिस्कशन।
हाँ तो बोलना अर्थ
अर्थ डिस्कशन।
आपको के विजिबल पॉइंट में फ्लैट है, करेक्ट है बोलना बेंचो। इट्स जस्ट परसेप्शन, लोगों का देखने का नजरिए का फर्क है बोलना।
छोड़ना, मैं तो बेंचो उसको परेशान करने आया।
हाँ तो ऐसी
It's
परेशान
not. It's
करना।
not.
अरे
Hey, no, it's not just a perception. No, it's not just perception. It's measurement.
जिसकी आंखें झील के जैसी है बेंचो तो उसको
What-
दिखेगी बोलना।
वो
जिसकी आंखें
It's measurement. It's not just perception. It's measurement.
क्या गलत है बोलना, बिल्कुल सही है बोलना तू।
Okay, bro, it's measurement. You are right.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Yeah,
wrong.
we measure the Earth flat. Yeah.
Yeah, Earth is flat. You are totally right, bro. Don't.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, don't get up.
if it wasn't, then we wouldn't see across large bodies of water. We wouldn't be able to shoot lasers across large bodies of water and hit the other side.
You are totally right, bro. You know everything.
Mm.
You know everything.
Oh, I don't know
nothing.
everything. No,
Yeah,
I don't
you
know
know
everything.
No, you know
No, not
that.
everything.
That's why you have all the answers of my questions.
I don't have all the answers to every question. Not all
Why?
things.
Your God didn't tell you. Ask your
God
God.
didn't tell me. God didn't tell me. God gave me senses.
Then who told you that?
God gave me senses. I used those senses, and God gave me a brain, and I used the brain.
Okay,
And when
God
I look
gave
out at
you
the
brain.
Earth, when I look out at Earth, I don't see it as curved. I don't feel it as spinning. Okay, it's not spinning and it's not curving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, it's your point of view. My point of view is different.
No, it's not. No, everybody has the same point of view. Everybody experiences
that
the same.
you are wrong. You are wrong here.
No, everybody experiences it the same.
Mm-hmm.
So you see flat, I see flat. Everybody else here
You know
sees
what?
flat. Everybody.
What is the point of view?
The point of what?
Point of view.
Point of view. The point of
Yeah.
me?
Point of view. View.
Yeah, the
Not
point
view,
of me. What's
view.
the point of you? I know what the point of me is. What's the point of you?
Bro, not YOU. I'm saying VIEW.
The point of view is any view you can achieve.
Yeah. हाँ डाल रहा हूँ. Yeah, bro. Anything else? Let me know anything else if exists.
Anything else exists? Lots of things exist. Lots of things exist.
What should I know? I think you are a very, intellectual person I have ever met.
You should know that the idea that we live on a ball came from mysticism and religion.
Who create religions?
Men with weird ideas about the universe. Yeah.
Yeah.
They loved their shapes. Guys like Plato and Pythagoras and all them guys, they loved balls. They loved balls. They were obsessed with balls. They loved balls. They loved balls so much they wanted Earth to be one.
Yo, I also have 2 balls.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's why you think Earth is a ball, because you love yours. You love balls too. Yeah.
Okay, bro, don't take it seriously. I'm here just for joking and time pass. speaking nonsense. That's it.
I'm serious though. I'm serious. The ancient Greeks were obsessed with shapes, and they thought that the sphere or ball was the perfect shape, and that God would only create balls, right? Not flat surfaces.
Hmm.
Because they looked up into the sky and they saw round things, and they assumed that they're balls because they're round.
In the whole universe,
yeah,
listen to me. If you are
Yeah.
serious, listen to me. In the universe, there is no such thing which is a flat. Nothing is flat.
Really? Nothing is
Yeah.
flat. Do you know?
No.
Do you know that they say the abyssal plains, the bottom of the ocean, 50% of the Earth's surface under the water is flat. It's a plane. How can you have 50% of a ball? How can 50% of a ball? How? Yeah, how can 50% of the under the water of the ball be flat? Well, that would actually be 50%. 50% of under the water would be half of 71% of the total surface of the Earth. So work that out. I mean, that's a lot of surface area for a ball that's flat. How is a ball flat? You tell me.
Bro, I don't know you. It's भाई ये बोल रहा कि 50% अर्थ जो है वो फ्लैट है
अरे हाँ तो उसको बोलना सही है बोलना छूती तेरी आंख
You are right, bro. You are
जहाँ तक मैं
right.
देख सकता हूँ, भीतर की फ्लैट है।
I was studying wrong. My teacher taught me that Earth is triangle.
Earth is triangles are flat.
बोलता था ना ये तो
Earth is triangle.
Yeah, triangles are flat. So we agree. Earth's flat then, because if Earth is a triangle, then it's flat.
Okay, bro. Nice joke. Thank you. Bye.
All right, cheers. See ya. Nice talking to you.
Morning, Rambo.
Going on in here?
Huh?
What's going on, bro?
Fucking another day. Brand new Monday. What's up, Joe?
Nothing at all. Just sitting here bored.
Do what?
Just sitting here bored out of my mind.
Alright. We can entertain each other. What do you think the Earth is?
I
Probably
think it's my
some.
home.
I think there's
I know
too
what
many
it is.
long distance observations by now.
Pardon?
I think he said the Earth is flat because there's too many long distance observations by now.
Yeah, definitely.
Pretty
I've
much.
got
I don't
a
think.
P1000 and I can see the town that's over 45 miles away from me pretty clear with my camera. Same clarity that I could see the moon with. Just
Yeah.
amazes me.
What height
Yeah.
are you in 45 miles? If you don't mind me asking.
I was on a hill that's about I don't know, maybe a mile high. that's near where I live.
Is that from sea level, or is that just from
No, it's just flat Nevada desert, just flat desert.
Okay, so 50.
I can see Fallon. I can see Lovelock.
9,800. Okay, 5,840. Seeing 5 miles. If you're about a mile high and you're able to see 45 miles away and the horizon's at that distance, the radius is approximately 914 miles.
So if you look on Google Earth at Fernley, there's a mountain that is just north of Fernley. I was on the lower ridge of that, and I was in a position where I could see Lovelock, I could see Fallon, and anyway, I could see a lot of other stuff out in the desert too, but I was just up there looking around.
Nice. Where's that? 45.
Well, that's it. Like we're seeing so far now, where it's like miles and miles of supposedly curvature, where, and I just don't think refraction is a good enough argument to, kind of explain that. I don't think
They use
refraction. Sorry.
they use our physical bubble to try to convince us that that's the curvature of the Earth because our eyesight is spherical. That's one of their little.
Yeah. Well, I think it's like, I don't know, because I've talked to Nathan Oakley about this about, long distance observation. And it's, definitely long distance observation. My personal opinion is, yeah, that's some evidence. But scientifically speaking, it's still just an observation. It's not like a scientific measurement, where I think that the scientific measurement comes from surveyors. Like, that's the professional, that's the professional thing to measure the ground. So
Yeah, I built custom homes for years. I did a lot of using water levels and for long distances using hose with water in them, clear hose on the ends with antifreeze in it so you can see it clearly. So we could do fences around many acres of land and keep the fence line from the highway straight looking. So anyway, I've never noticed curvature of 60 years of my life, and I've lived by the ocean multiple times and looked through telescopes and anyways, then
yeah,
there's
because
my inner ear. My inner ear tells me if the earth moves or not. We've been having a lot of earthquakes here in Fernley lately, and we are actually in Silver Springs, but we've been feeling them pretty strong here in Fernley. That's the only movement I have ever felt in my whole life.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. It's just I just like a solid, like, just something solid from surveyors. because it's hard to. Because I was speaking to some surveyors where they're like, "Yeah, it's flat," and then I speak to other ones and they're like, "Oh no, I've measured curvature." So it's like,
well, because the ground's not level. The ground's not perfectly level. We've got hills and valleys. It rolls.
Yeah, but
the water's always level.
Yeah. Well, it's just weird how I get two different, because I emailed a surveyor company and yeah, he wrote back like, yeah, he measures curvature over 20 kilometers. And so it's just weird how, why some surveyors saying they measure flat and some surveyors say they measure curve. Like,
it's because the ones that tell you, hey, I haven't measured curvature, I'm measuring horizontal level or, flat measurements. That's before they apply it to a spherical model. After they apply it to a spherical model and they use geometry to make it fit that model, then they're able to say, hey, I've measured curvature.
That's the argument, isn't it? They get the measurement, then they run it through some maths.
Yeah.
But so I don't know. I've asked some other surveyors, and they get pretty technical, and it's a pretty technical thing, I guess.
No, it isn't. Surveying's not technical at all. It's a straight freaking line. You're just looking line of sight, and you're using a measuring stick. There's nothing technical about a measuring stick and a telescope with a crosshair on it.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple and straightforward. They'd like you to think their job is hard, but their job's easy.
Well, I guess the problem is because if they're doing like 5 kilometers or 5 miles, whatever you prefer.
I've done that. I've worked on highway work. I've done bridge work. I've 60 years of doing all types of construction. All right, all types, building highways, building bridges. I've worked with surveyors. I've worked with engineers. It's just ridiculous, okay? There is no curvature. There's never been no notable curvature. The tops of buildings in one city to the next city aren't leaning away from each other. Nobody's ever found that. It's just ridiculous to even believe something like that could even exist.
True, yeah, I agree. I'm just, I guess, just presenting all the arguments, I guess. Because they measure in intervals. Like, so if you measure 5 miles, they're doing, like 100 meters at a time. They're not doing the 5 miles in one shot. So their argument is
accuracy. But then you don't go a whole mile, you go a half mile and you measure another mile. And then you go a half mile and you measure another mile. You overlap. That way you get more of an accurate reading.
So their argument for that is because you're doing that, you're following the curve of the Earth. That's their argument.
Yeah, okay. Like on water when you shoot lasers. Anyway, I'm just saying I've been building my whole life and I've never heard of anybody ever adjusting for curvature, ever doing any type of building, ever.
That's cool. That's good. It's good to talk to someone who actually out in the field. So do you actually use surveying equipment?
I have, yes. I don't own none, but I own everything else. I can build a house from the ground up, from the dirt work to the weather vane on the roof.
I think, building houses and buildings one thing, like building bridges and...
Yeah, but I've worked on bigger jobs. I mean, building homes is what I did. But, I got my contractor's license. But before that, I did a lot of different work. I did all kinds of different work. Like I said, I did highway work, I did bridge work. I've surveyed, walked with the surveyors and looked through their scope and seen what they were seeing and did, I'm just saying. It's a straight line, okay? And measuring sticks. You can't, a level is level. You can't bend the level and say, okay, this bent level is making it all work.
Have you heard the argument on what is it? The two zeniths add up to more than 180 degrees?
I've heard a lot of crap in my life. Doesn't mean it's true. I heard him say that time is some kind of mysterious freaking space thing, but I tell you, time is a shadow on the damn ground. It always has been, always will be. And it was the creation of the will. It was the creation of the gear, because they seen the shadow on the ground. Somebody put sticks along every time the shadow moved. They lay another stick on the shadow line. Hey, look, we got spokes of a wheel. Somebody laid rocks around the circle of the shadow, and they said, hey, look, we got a gear. We stick two of these together, and we got mechanical motion, and then we can mimic time. So anyways, it's all bullshit about space-time anyways. I apologize. I don't mean to go on a rant.
It's space-time. Well, that it's just like a concept. It can't be proven.
It's just more of their ridiculous nonsense that they try to stuff down everybody's throats. 60 years of it, I'm just fed up with it. I'm just like at the end of my rope with it. Anybody wants to say anything to me about it, tell me nonsense, try to convince me of it, I want to smack them.
Yeah, it's definitely because that stuff can't be proven. Like you can't run it through the scientific method, space time or whatever. And
where do you live?
Australia.
Awesome. Okay, I live in America. Of course, I said in Nevada. Now, if we can get more people all over the world, and we all either get a Saxton or an astrolabe, we could start triangulating the sky. We can organize it on here. Everybody can report in and get their numbers and say, hey, I'm going to be out tonight, at this location. Other people that can observe the same sky from different locations.
Yeah.
Start putting our model together. They want to talk all this crap about, well, you don't even have a model. Well, let's start doing our measurements and make one. It's pretty simple.
I'll give you the
system that they had previously, right? They've made the globe from the sky, from the observations of the sky, right? So if you go and you measure things in the sky, you'll come up with the same thing.
We're not going to come up with their ridiculous numbers.
You'll have conflict with the way the sky is shaped and the way the ground is.
No. Then that means that ship captains wouldn't have been able to use the stars to navigate. That you're saying something pretty ridiculous. I hate dealing with nonsense.
That in the sky is the celestial sphere, and the only reason it's that way is because it appears to be that way. When you take what appears to be that way and then you assert that the ground is doing the same thing, then you've got your problem.
Do you know what geometry is? People have been using it to build with their whole freaking lives, man. This whole world's been built off of geometry, okay? They built pyramids off of the geometry of the stars, okay? Meaning that the stars can be triangulated and measured. They have a distance, all right? If we measure that distance from several different points and we do the math, we will find out the exact height of each and every star in the sky, including the sun, the moon, and the wanderers. Okay? It's not like rocket science. We don't have to make nothing up. Okay? It's just all real math, real physics, real science, and it's not that difficult.
Well, 24/7 has already attempted at trying to triangulate the sun, and when everyone was using the same map and they made the azimuth and elevation angles, they could not triangulate the sun on a map. So either your construction of map is inaccurate or the sun's unable to be triangulated, or both. And
If
then the
we
global
have
map
hundreds
also
of
says that it's not able to be triangulated.
Okay.
And then
When
if you
you have
change
hundreds,
elevation, when you get an elevation to the star remains the same angle. It doesn't change.
when you have hundreds of people around the world recording the same angle or the same position from different angles from different places, and everybody's doing the math, when you got 100 witnesses saying the same thing and just them saying, no, it doesn't work out that way, our ridiculous numbers are better, and we can break every law of physics, you know, the inverse square law of light, the inverse square law of heat, thermodynamics, centrifugal force. We can break all these laws, but we can't do a simple geometry. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's excuses. Quit sniveling, just do the work.
I'll show you a video. Guys put a video together on like why you can't triangulate the sun and stuff. And it might be, if it's coming through like a lens or something, it's
Yeah, you definitely can't triangulate the sun, but when they do try to do it, it usually comes out at what is it about? I think it was 3,000 something miles or something like that. We had a math professor. I don't know if you know Matthew Weathers, whatever his name is. Yeah, he did it, but it's not accurate. It's just an apparent. We see the sun in an apparent location in the sky, probably like your video is going to explain.
yeah. He's because he goes through the whole like like how we see the sun and we triangulate, but when we put it onto a flat earth, then the lines don't match. And then he just ends the video with like yeah, it could be a lens.
There's so many assumptions have to go into it and speculations. Like firstly, what is the sun specifically, right? What are we actually seeing in relation to the actual source of the light? What medium, is between us and the sun? How does that work? What's actually up there? There could be 1,000 speculations that people could come up with and not be able to validate any of them. So, I mean, it's never going to be a rock solid calculation. It's always just going to be filled with speculations, basically, I think.
Yeah, true. We would never be able to get to it and touch it. So.
Yeah.
Actually, if you were going to take it and compare it to a map, your base assumption on that is that the map is actually the way the ground is oriented. And then you also got like, is it a physical object? Is it an apparent object? If it's an apparent object, it doesn't exist in a physical location in the sky. It's just observer based. That could be the camera. That could be the person. Like, if you got two people standing next to each other and they look off in the distance underneath the rain shower that's happening off in the distance, they can see a rainbow. But if they diverge from their position, they can no longer see the rainbow, or one person can't see the rainbow if he gets far enough away or at a different location. So then the rainbow is apparent. It's not a physical object. You both see it, you can experience it, but you can't go grab it and touch it. It's not a physical object. Could be the case that the sun and the stars are the same. Moon could be the same thing. How could we know if we couldn't go and have a sample of it or touch it, actually verify what it is?
That's it.
Because someone can say, oh, the rainbow is between me and person A. And then person A is looking off in the distance and sees that the rainbow is between person A and person B. Well, the person B is farther away from the first person, right? From the original, right? And they're each seeing the rainbow in a different location. And all they're doing is descending stairs.
Yeah,
I remember.
true. Sorry.
Seen that video? I seen a video of a dude standing at the top of a staircase looking down. It was like a riverside or something, and there was a mist everywhere. And people were walking up the stairs, but the rainbow was always between the camera and the people. And if there was no person there, the rainbow looked like it was further away. And the rainbow wouldn't appear beyond a person. It was dope.
Yeah, it's weird. Like when I was driving towards the rainbow and the rainbow just kept its same distance.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, similar to that. I mean, that's why it sort of feels like when you're driving along, a huge distance, it feels like the sun or the moon is kind of following you when you look up. Not that I'm a huge fan of David Weiss, but he does some great practical demonstrations sometimes. He did a really good one where he set up like a makeshift something in his living room to represent the atmosphere, basically, and then he put a light source behind it was like a big semi-transparent sheet that he put up. Okay, and he put the light source behind the sheet far off in the distance, so you didn't know how far away it was, what size it was, exactly where it was. And then he stood on one side of the living room looking at the sheet, and he could see what looked like a sun projected onto the sheet from the original light source. And then he pointed exactly and drew a mark on the sheet exactly where he could see the sun. And then his wife was on the other side of the living room, and she could also see on the sheet, right, what looked to be the sun. Now, she couldn't see where he could see it, right? And she drew a mark where she could see it, completely different locations, right? So the sun, I think the sun that we see in the sky kind of acts a little bit like the way that you see a reflection. Each person will see it slightly differently in a slightly different location, depending on on their personal positioning, kind of like the way reflected light works. And I think that's due to the way the atmosphere works. That's why we call it the apparent. We see it in an apparent location in the sky, unique to our personal perspective and unique to the way the atmosphere is working from our perspective as well.
one thing that still gets me is the southern star rotation, like because I get Polaris in the middle and all the stars spinning around it, but then on the outside, how is
Well,
there a
if you might still
southern?
be thinking, I mean, if you're in Earth Awakenings and these these types of servers a lot, they're just pushing the AE map, which is literally a globe projection. So if they're
Yeah,
trying to push that, that quote
but
flat Earth model, that's something that has a lot of holes in it. We can't say that a globe projection is the literal flat Earth map.
but even like whatever the continents are, just the basic premise of is it like a circle with Polaris in the middle and
Well, this
Antarctica
is
on,
the thing, depending. Okay, so if the ground consistently, we can't find any curvature consistently over the surface of the Earth, right? There's a lot of unknowns when it comes to the way the sky works. It might be something far beyond our comprehension when it comes to, the mechanics behind the way that the sky works. What are the stars, right? And we do see everything, like they do have some merit when they talk about that azimuthal grid of vision that we all have, right? And how we see the sky kind of like a personal dome of perspective, right? That's something that's factual. Anywhere you stand on the Earth, it feels like you're standing in the center of a big hemispheric dome of perspective, right? You'll notice that at nighttime, it looks like the stars look like that, and then it looks like the clouds look like that during the daytime. And no matter where you stand on the Earth, right, you'll have that big dome of perspective. Clouds are the best example to use, really, because wherever you go, you'll see that big sort of dome of clouds around you, and they'll change as you change your position. So I don't know. I think the sky, the mediums that the stars are in, the way the sky works, combined with our perspective, it makes it extremely difficult to guess exactly how that would work. But it definitely seems like we have two celestial poles in the sky. I don't know how people can deny that.
I personally filmed the southern rotation time
Yeah,
lapse.
I made
It's definitely
some cool GIFs yesterday. I'll post them in the
the
side
problem
chat.
is like,
Go ahead.
it does, because if it's like the current proposed model, with the firmament and the Antarctica surrounding us, and and I get perspective and everything, but the stars would still kind of, you'd think, like, skim along the horizon. It wouldn't.
Yeah, but that's
rotate.
thinking of this AE map model that's been pushed for years by Eric DeBay and people like that, and by these aether cosmology guys. Claiming that the AE map is the literal way that it works, and all of the stars are not rotating east to west around Polaris. It's not like a big fan of stars that come out all the way out to the south to the quote unquote ice wall. That's not what anyone here in 24/7 will present as any type of flat Earth model, because it's filled with holes. It's filled with contradictions, and it's literally a globe projection based on lat long, which comes from the celestial sphere. I mean, it's no shock. You've probably heard Whitsett talk about this. It's no shock that the sky observations match up with the globe. Right, because the globe came from making sky observations. It came from reverse engineering the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere back in the 1500s, or even earlier than that, allegedly by the ancient Greeks, right, who basically took what the ancients imagined, right, as a convenient coordinate system to map out the sky, which they called the celestial sphere, right, which was created by flat earthers originally. And then people like Pythagoras and Aristotle, Plato, these types of people, they came along and they basically, through philosophical reasoning, inverted that celestial sphere and said, the Earth must be a sphere because it's the most divine shape, and the Creator must have made the Earth divine. So they reverse engineered the celestial coordinate system onto the ground, right? Like the celestial equator became the equator on the Earth. Celestial poles became the terrestrial poles, and so on. And that's still the same coordinate system that we're using now, the WGS84.
You think that the Earth is flat?
What does WSG stand for?
World Geodetic Survey, something like that.
Damn geodetics.
Yeah, basically, right. So these are datums that are updated from time to time when they go out and they do these triangulations, right, where they take a whole bunch of they do a whole bunch of triangles basically, and then they fit them to a presupposed spherical datum. Right, they make predictions.
I don't get why are they shooting straight shots and then they like go back in the office and like, okay, let's.
Yeah, they have
put around a curve now.
Well, they're not doing them over long distance, so there's really not much of a difference between globe and flat over these distances. So what they do, because they're not trying to validate if the Earth's flat or a globe, right? They have like an estimation based off the previous spherical reference system, the previous datum that they were using, and they're just kind of trying to update that. So they'll make a prediction. They'll say, over this distance, we predict X amount of drop over distance, and then they'll guess the refraction, and then what they'll do is basically they'll take the results and then they'll fit them to the new datum, right? But they have what could kind of be considered turning knobs, where you could just adjust the knobs a little bit to make it fit the datum. So they'll put it down to refraction is like one of the main knobs that they use. Okay, that they'll guess the refraction quite often, right? They're not actually measuring the vertical refractive index between point A and point B, right? They're making assumptions based off the globe and the instrument error, okay? And they're doing multiple tests, and quite often it doesn't match the spherical coordinate system at all. So quite often they'll bin a lot of the tests that don't match what their goal is. And yeah, basically they'll take those measurements and then they'll adjust them. They'll adjust the mathematics to make it fit the datum later on. I mean, that's
That's why I
essential.
want to talk to a geodetic who like understands, I guess, the flat Earth position.
Well, the only ones that are going to tell you
Jimmy,
that.
like,
last thing, really quickly.
There's like background voice. My bad.
Oh, thanks, man. Cheers. Yeah, the only ones that are claiming that it matches a globe are the anti-flat earthers. When people contact actual surveyors, they'll tell you that they don't. They do plane surveying and then they fit it to the datum later on. I actually downloaded a good video of it yesterday where I actually called a professional surveying company and asked him these questions. Right? It's people like Jesse Kozlowski and Buck Sod. Oh, no, maybe not him. What's his name? Baron Rutledge. Right? These are the people. These are the anti-flat earthers. Right? They're the ones that are going out doing tests that surveyors wouldn't necessarily take as accurate and then presenting them as globe evidence, right? Like I watched one the other day from Baron Rutledge where he just did it's like a 3-mile test or something and just concluded that it's a globe. He didn't account for refraction at all. He just guessed it. They're just guessing it. Like Jesse Path of Light's never once measured what's going on with the refractive index. He just guesses it, right? And they not only do they guess it, but they guess it with the R value in the formula, right? Presupposed.
Yeah, I've had many discussions with good old Jesse.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, he's in here quite often. He's probably even listening right now. Hello, Jesse, if you're listening.
Yeah, it's always like I don't mind people brings good arguments and stuff, but then when you point out little errors or this and that, it's just I know they just can't seem to comprehend the little errors. But either way. I just think because a lot of them are like, if it was flat, then we would be seeing this. I was like, bro, you can't just assume what you'd be seeing. Like,
Yeah, look, I think a lot of these anti-flat earthers are great tools for flat earthers to use, to help strengthen holes in arguments. Jesse's good for that. He's a pretty logical guy. He's a pretty smart guy. He's a pretty nice guy. I like the guy. But, he's good at sharpening up the flat earthers' arguments, right? He'll point out logical errors. He'll point out flaws in there's a lot of shitty flat earth arguments getting around. And these anti-flat earthers help weed that problem out. They're kind of doing, rather than a lot of, the more knowledgeable flat earthers having to call out the less knowledgeable flat earthers, the anti-flat earthers can kind of do that for us. So that's kind of like, they're kind of like useful in that sense.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to strengthen the argument, and it strengthens our arguments too, and our position, and sort of how to explain our position too. Like
yeah. definitely.
Which is
But yeah, what you were saying before as well was kind of correct. You know, and look, this is the thing. We're not going when we're doing our long distance observations and laser tests and high altitude observations. We're not trying to prove the Earth's flat. Okay, we all experience the Earth as flat. Flat's just the given, right? That's what everybody experiences. It's not something that really needs to be proven. What needs to be proven is the complete opposite of what we all experience, and that's the globe. And we're given very specific details about that. And when we're going out testing, we're not trying to prove that the Earth's flat. We're trying to test for that curvature that would have to be there. If gravity is mass attracting mass and everything's being pulled towards the center of mass, the surface of the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. That physical geometric horizon would have to physically be there. Now, we're going out and testing for the curvature and we can never find it. And they claim that there's some divine refraction that's possible for these, to completely flatten out 20 miles of water and just make it look completely flat all day, all night, the next day, etc. And they don't have any evidence that that's possible, that refraction can do that. Nathan Oakley is definitely not the person to talk to about long distance observations, right? He's been parroting just the same elevation angle type argument for years now, to the point where I just can't be bothered even watching the show anymore. Right? He's not one that goes
Yeah.
deep into refraction, because people like Quantum Eraser have put it into a lot of flat earthers' head that you can't have refraction in the atmosphere. You can't have a change in the optical density of the air due to temperature in the atmosphere. It's the craziest, dumbest argument I've ever heard. Right? So they've kind of avoided the topic of refraction altogether. It's extremely important. Refraction's actually the worst nightmare for the globe earthers. Right? But Nathan Oakley is not allowed to talk about it. And Quantum Eraser will, berate him if he tries to talk about it, because Quantum Eraser has his Snell's law script. Where refraction, it has to be two separate mediums, right? You could definitely never have a gradient of refraction in a single medium. Worst argument ever, in my opinion. Okay, because we can recreate it on a small scale. We can demonstrate it, right? And all of the literature that talks about Snell's law has a separate section on refraction within a gradient. Even Snell's law itself has a separate formula for gradient refraction, right? You have traditional Snell's law, and then you have the other formula that applies for gradient refraction. So yeah, I don't know about that. Nathan
I
Oakley's
guess I
definitely.
don't dive too deep into refraction, because when it's just like, it's been refracted up 2 miles. I'm just like, bro,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think
Well,
that can be
this is what
refracted
they're
up 2
claiming.
miles. So.
This is what they're claiming, right? Really, like, let's say I got an amazing observation over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. He sets up his camera at 5 foot height, and he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. He does it during the daytime and he does it during the nighttime. 1 second.
How's it
All right,
bending
so-
down when it's going to come up to your eye? Sorry.
So this is what they're claiming. Really, there's a geometric horizon at 2.7 miles. Okay, we don't see any horizon over the entire 21-mile lake at all. But really, there's a geometric physical horizon at 2.7 miles, and that's where the water cuts off, because obviously on a globe, you can't see any more water past where the geometric horizon line is. So then they're claiming that every single point beyond 2.7 miles is lifting up just the right amount to make it just look like it's flat the whole way across the entire lake. Right? So at 10 miles, it's lifting up 66 foot. And every single distance along the way, it's all lifting up a different amount to just hide the globe, right? That's why I call it divine refraction, because it's just magic, right? And then he does the observation during the daytime. He does it again at nighttime, and then they do a laser test across the lake as well. So, I mean, yeah, like, we're just testing for the curve. We can't find it. And then they're claiming that there's these crazy refraction effects that explain the observations, and they don't have any evidence to back that up, that that's possible. And then they don't have any tests of their own where they've actually measured for refraction, right? They have to account for the vertical temperature, humidity, and pressure gradient between point A and point B. It's very difficult for them to do. to actually properly measure for the refractive index along the path of sight, because they're making hyper-specific claims, right? They're saying this thing I can see in the distance is X amount lower through my theodolite angle measurement. Therefore, right, the Earth's a globe because it's a little bit lower, right? But we could easily just explain that by a little bit of temperature gradient. Okay, if you have slightly warmer water or higher optical density gradient higher, then the light could just bend up a little bit, and then that would make the object look like it's a little bit lower. But they're not accounting for that, right? They just guess standard refraction. And there's so many papers that are out by professional surveying companies that said we cannot rely on standard refraction, right? We did hundreds and hundreds of tests, and it fluctuates like crazy all the time, right? Sometimes it's crazy
Yeah.
amount of upward refraction, crazy amount of downward refraction. So yeah,
I think the only way for
Mhm.
true refraction, because what is refraction? Well, air density, temperature,
Well, temperature is
something
the
else.
primary thing that controls the optical density of the air, right? Like think about a
All right.
balloon. If you have a balloon that has a certain amount of gas in it, and then you cool the balloon down, it shrinks. So you've got the same amount of gas, but it's in a more condensed area. So the gas particles are more condensed, therefore it has a
Yeah.
higher refractive index. You heat up the balloon, it gets really big. Same amount of gas is still in there, but now all of a sudden it's really spread out, and it has a lower refractive index. So basically, wherever the lower temperature is, that's where you're going to have the higher optical density in the air.
But
And
density
the
is still a part of it.
well, that the temperature is what controls the optical density,
All
right? And
right.
the normal lapse rate in the atmosphere is that it gets colder as you go up in altitude.
All I'm
Now,
saying is like,
on a broad
sorry.
scale, the density of the air reduces as you go up, right? But we're not doing these tests over a broad scale. We're doing them over a very small scale, like a small band that we're looking through.
Mm.
But all of the definitions will say the same thing, right? Like if you go to the leading meteorological terminology websites, right? Like the American Meteorological Society, where they have like a glossary for meteorological terminology. And if you look up the definition of atmospheric refraction, it will absolutely say that the refractive index is what controls the deviation of the light, and that's controlled by temperature in the lower atmosphere.
Well, I'm just thinking like how you would go about really, so you got like, you're doing like 1 or 2 kilometers, just say 1 kilometers, and you're trying to get the refraction all right. Wouldn't you have to set up markers like every 50 meters to know
Oh, even
the
less.
temperature?
Yeah, less than every
Even less,
50
like 10
meters
meters.
because you can have pockets of turbulent air, right? In between
Yeah.
the 50-meter gauges, you might have a pocket of warm air or a pocket of cold air. You could just be walking along, and sometimes you'll walk into a pocket of cold air or a pocket of hot air, right? That could completely throw off what the light's doing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, no one has ever done this.
Yeah, that's why I say refraction isn't an argument that needs to be swept under the bus, right? It's the worst nightmare for the Globers because it makes their observations invalid if they haven't accounted for the confounding variables, right? And it explains every single bottom-up obstruction as well, right? Like if you have upward refraction, then it makes things look like they're hidden behind the horizon. It makes things look like they're obstructed from the bottom. And this is just mainstream optics, right? Like if I just go into Google right now, and I'm going to type this in, right? What is sinking refraction? I've got like EDU citations for this, but just to pop it into Google really quickly, right? Sinking refraction is an atmospheric phenomenon where, due to abnormal atmospheric refraction, distant objects appear lower, smaller, or disappear below the horizon. It's the opposite of looming,
Oh,
right?
so
And
that's
if
like bottoming out.
yeah, like if it
Chip.
looks like a boat is hidden behind the horizon, like you can't see the bottom of the boat, that could easily just be sinking refraction. And if they didn't account for that possibility, right, then it fits the textbook definition of sinking refraction. Okay, quite often when we see their footage of boats over the horizon, there's either obvious miraging effects or there's ocean swells and we don't know the height of the observer. right? So it could just be being blocked by the ocean swells. But yeah, sinking refraction's super common, especially over water and especially at lower altitudes.
I'd
Like
still think perspective as a sorry.
Oh, well, if it was perspective purely, like perspective can be a part of it, but if it was perspective purely, it would happen every single time. It absolutely doesn't happen most of the time, right? If you don't have any waves and you don't have any like miraging effects, most often the boat will just reduce in size until you can't see it anymore. Won't disappear bottom up.
That's where I feel like they all have a variable factor in this: perspective, refraction, and
Yeah. Absolutely, man. It's a
because
combination
the
of things.
ground can't just ramp up forever. Like,
Yeah, it's going to converge. It's going to converge into a vanishing point, and that's basically what a horizon is. It's the
Yeah.
vanishing zone or the vanishing point due to the perspective convergence point, but that's manipulated due to the ever-changing atmospheric conditions as well.
But I still like, even if you're in like a vacuum on a
Yep.
flat Earth, I still think you're going to get the bottoming out effect due to perspective.
You're going to get a little bit of perspective compression, right? Like if you're looking out, like let's say you have like a giant chessboard floor in front of you, and you get down lower to the floor, and you can see each chessboard section, right? As you look out further, due to perspective compression, it gets shorter and shorter and shorter. And then all of a sudden they all blend in together and you can't see any more of the defined chessboard pieces. And then as you go up higher, you can see more and more of them. Right? I think that's like perspective compression loss. But I don't think that causes much bottom up obstruction, right? Like all of the examples that the globe earthers show where there's like a freight carrier and it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, like the bottom half of it's missing. I don't think that's able to be explained with perspective as the cause of that bottom of that ship missing, right? It's going to be atmospheric conditions or waves. If it was perspective doing that, it would happen every single time. It doesn't happen very often at all. And I think if it does happen, occasionally it does happen when you put a camera closer to the floor. But most of the time when I've tried it, you put a camera really close to the ground and you move something really far away, it doesn't disappear bottom up, right? It's only going to happen if you hit
thresholds.
if you have it's much more likely to be explained by having slightly warmer floor than the air temperature above the floor, and it's just going to create a little bit of upward refraction and make it look like the bottom's sinking. That's what Skyfree does, right? Skyfree's got countless amounts of tests where they put a camera on the flat floor and you can see the objects in the distance perfectly. And then they'll introduce cold air into the room. Okay, so you've got warmer air down lower, which is less optically dense. And then the cooler air is more optically dense. And then all of a sudden, over the flat floor, a horizon forms. And then the objects all of a sudden look like it's hidden behind the horizon on the flat floor, and the only thing they did was manipulate the temperature.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, I feel like the cold camera thing, because I've done it on the job site where we've got like this 20-meter steel, running down perfectly level, and I run my eye down it, and I can do it. I can raise my height, and I can bring the horizon closer or backwards with raising my elevation on my. But there's a threshold, so if I'm like 2 centimeters above it, it doesn't do it. If I get down to like 5 millimeters, then I can start to see it. So I think these people with like, I put a camera on the floor and I don't see the I don't
Need
think
more
the camera's
distance.
low enough.
Well, you're getting what's happening is you're just getting above that gradient, that temperature gradient that's directly above the floor, that's slightly warmer than the air above it. That's the most likely cause of it. I don't know. I think the perspective argument itself It's never been demonstrated consistently with temperatures taken into account, where you have a neutral temperature
True.
gradient and then something will disappear bottom up. It doesn't seem to be the case.
I think that would have to be like shown in a vacuum. Hey.
Well, you'd need to have set it up so the temperatures, you don't have a temperature gradient, like it doesn't change vertically. Like it's 20 degrees at the floor, it's 20 degrees in the air above the floor. It doesn't change at all. Because this
True.
is what happens. Like, look at it in the side chat. Skyfree, but this is a good test. This one, and they have tons like this, right? Where you can see all of those blocks lined up, and you can see that red light there. And then all they did was introduce cooler air into the room, and then all of a sudden a horizon forms, and the red light disappears behind the horizon, and then the blocks on the right hand side all of a sudden look like they're curving downward, kind of like the Pontchartrain power lines.
Yeah.
That's nothing to
cool.
do with perspective whatsoever. It's just temperatures creating the atmospheric refraction gradient, manipulating it.
True.
Here, I've got a really good
I definitely
quote.
agree.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like that's it's demonstrating, so I can't argue with it.
Well, what they also have in that observation is they have thermometers set up along the path, and they have 4 different heights, so they're checking the temperature at the floor, and then at 5 centimeters, and then at 10 centimeters, and then at 20 centimeters or whatever, and they're showing you the temperature gradient. So the optical effect that's taking place aligns perfectly with the temperature gradient.
Yo, hello.
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Good. Yourself?
I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing good as well. Thank you.
So just a second, man. I just want to share one more citation. Right, so I even had, when I had a little debate with McToon not that long ago, he forced him to admit that you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. He'd been denying that for
You
years.
can't do that. Can't do that.
Yeah, he eventually
No way.
he was forced to admit it because I made him define sinking refraction, and then he had like a 2-minute pause, and then he finally admitted that you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. But we can just look at
You're
the
an asshole. You're an asshole. Asshole.
You're a dickhead. You're a dickhead.
You're a dickhead.
You're just pretending to be nice. Like, okay, furry.
If you just shut up and let me talk, and you won't even say anything, like,
Yeah,
and he's like,
didn't know
"Shut
what
up,
to say.
shut up." And you weren't even saying anything, and he's telling you to shut up.
Yeah. He sat there in silence for 30 seconds and then asked me if I'm done. Yeah, here's some really good citations in the side chat. So this is Oxford Dictionary of Weather is the first one, and it says sinking. A refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And then we've got Andrew Thomas Young, who's like the expert in refraction from the globe side. He says atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. And then we've got Perkins, David N. Atmospheric refraction in geodetic and astronomical observations. Surveys in geophysics. Refraction caused by temperature gradients near Earth's surface causes distant land, sea, or urban features to appear distorted or partially visible when they would otherwise be fully visible in the absence of such non-uniform atmospheric conditions. Right, this is so straight from the Globers, the mainstream, right, saying that this is something that needs to be taken into consideration. So if they didn't do that, and they're saying that, oh, look, why is the bottom of it missing? It has to be Earth curve. It's like, okay, well, did you take this into account? Did you measure for this? And the answer is 100% of the time, no, they didn't do that. So we can throw that one out.
Yeah, that's crazy. I've never seen a citation, I guess, on
Yeah, man. Yeah,
become a
refraction's their worst
partially
nightmare.
obstructed.
Yep.
That's funny as. But like I was saying before, because I've talked to Nathan Oakley about this. Like I went in there with all my long distance observations, and I was so proud. And then he said to me that, like, even though I agree, like, there's so many now that I can't deny, but it's not a scientific measurement.
You don't
Like
need
looking
that.
at
You don't need that. All roads lead to flat Earth. Just all you need is an elevation angle.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? I've seen him do it
but
to other people too. Like he's like tries to be polite about it, but you can just tell he's just impatient
but
and bored
I
and just wants them to go away.
like I don't care he like yells at me, but I agree with the argument. Like looking out into the distance is not a measurement. Like I have to agree with that.
Well,
So the
it's not
question
it's
is,
because we're not trying to prove the Earth's flat, and measurements have nothing. Measurement is not a scientific thing anyway, but observations are technically can be considered a measurement, especially if you're using a laser, right? A lot of theodolites have lasers in them that they rely on, right? A lot of the modern theodolites use
so
lasers, but this
that's
is the thing. This is the thing. Just using a theodolite isn't a scientific measurement either, because all that's doing is just taking an angle measurement. Okay, the theodolite has absolutely no idea what's happening to the path of that light before it gets into the sensor in the theodolite. It could be
yeah, true.
doing all sorts of crazy shit before it gets there. So all you're taking is an unreliable angle measurement if you haven't accounted for all of the variables. So it doesn't matter
But
if you're using a camera or a laser, right, or a theodolite. If you're making hyperspecific claims and you haven't accounted for the variables, then it's useless. It's junk.
But it has to, because they're building bridges and they're building stuff with these theodolites, so there
Right,
has to be some.
but but they're using plane surveying. Okay, they might be adjusting it onto a spherical coordinate system for the blueprint or something like that. But when they're building these things, they're doing them over tiny little distances where
Yeah.
the tolerance, right, like the temperature tolerance and stuff like that, far exceeds the few millimeters that Earth curve would be affecting
So
anything.
I think this is where we hit the end of the road, because I end at surveyors and theodolites, but there's two arguments here where it's like, yeah, they're keeping a straight line the whole way, or the globe people say, no, because it's such tiny sections that they're going with the curve.
Leapfrog.
You get those.
No, yeah, I know. They like to say that. They can never demonstrate it though.
Yeah.
In fact, you know what? We've had like, yeah. He sounds genuine, right? Apocryphon, and he's had some experience in the field, like as an assistant or something, right? And he said that they used the method, the leapfrog method, right, over a certain distance or something. I'm probably butchering the story, but like, so they've done it this like kind of old school way, right? And then some guy, supervisor or something, came along and said, you didn't do this and you didn't do that, and GPS and blah, 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 and got a third person in to check it out, right? And that third or another person, like a second opinion or whatever, and they had to turn around and say, no, they did it right. They got it right. It's fine. Yeah. Like, I don't know. This is his story. Like, this is supposed to be a personal experience of his in the field. Yeah, but so take it or
you're
leave it.
saying they measured it flat, and some dude came in saying, "You got to measure for curvature." Is that the story?
Even with the Lake
Not
Pontchartrain
really. Yeah, not really for the curvature, but like they ignored some steps, didn't use the GPS shit and all that, like, and with the WGS 84 and blah 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 blah, blah like whatever.
Man, we have a countless amount of citations from universities and engineering companies and stuff, right? It's in the geodetic channel in 24/7 home server. Yoda's just found them all recently. Basically, where they tried to use the spherical. Yeah, if you go to the more info section, if you have a look in geodetic in the home server, there's just a huge amount of citations there, basically from engineering companies and construction companies and all sorts of different, government agencies, basically saying that they tried to use the spherical coordinate system, right, the spherical datum or whatever, when they were trying to build their project, and it didn't work. Turned out to be wrong, so they ended up having to use a planar system instead for it to work. A huge
way.
amount of citations in there. Definitely worth checking out. I wish Yoda was here so he could go over some
Is
of them.
this another Discord server, or where do you?
Yeah, man.
Where's
20.
that?
The home server, 24/7. Flat Earth Discord.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's got like the hashtag geodetic. Ah, cool. I'll go look at that. Cheers.
Yeah. Check it out because he's organized them all very nicely. But
'Cause, yeah, that's
Gatebreaker. That's quite the list of
Holy
PDFs.
shit.
What you got there?
Just open any of those up, search flat. You'll see the documents telling you that they're using a flat and stationary in their test.
All right. Yeah. Cheers. I'll grab that list off you.
No way.
Oh crud, man! That's a lot.
Put it in my server. You in my server, Gatebreaker? Pickled Minds? It's
No,
like
you
a
can send me
massive
an invite.
library. It's a massive library of flat Earth information.
Yeah, send it to me, please.
Tons of stuff in there, man.
You got your own Discord server.
Yeah. It's called Pickled Minds. I'll send you an invite as well.
Yeah,
It's basically like a
invite.
big library, right? There's like huge sections on refraction and just anything you could possibly think of.
I'm just gonna go to a random citation then, and angle of attack, radar.
All right, Gatebreaker, I send you a friend request, and then I can send you an invite. Same with you, like Trizzy. Where in Australia are you from? Which side?
East.
It's the best side.
Look at this one. A flat, non-rotating Earth and, right, get this, and uniform gravitational field are used. This is in one of the NASA ones he just posted. It's like, that's interesting because, like, it's not supposed to be uniform. Like, it gets weaker as you get higher, right? They're just saying, nah, it's the same wherever you go. which is how one of these there was this like thought experiment thesis thing, like that AI posts it now in India posts it, and it just it assumes like if you had a flat, like a flat surface but a body underneath it, like a mass underneath it that was just indefinite density and mass, right? That's what would be the case. It'd just be the same. Like you wouldn't have a tapering gravitational field gradient. It'd just be the same. Yeah, and they're treating it just like that. It's interesting.
How do I search? Okay, there we go. A model frequently used is that of a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's so funny.
Yeah, that's the same thing for aerospace engineering. When they design the aircraft, they assume a flat stationary Earth for all of their calculations. And then the rebuttal from the Globers is sometimes, oh well, what difference would it make if it was a globe and they did it? It's like, what would they have to build the plane a different shape or something? It's like, no, why are they assuming it? If it doesn't matter and they believe the Earth's a globe, why are they specifically assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth?
It's crazy, eh?
Yeah, it's not proof of anything, but isn't it interesting that
For
NASA,
simplification purposes, dummy.
Yeah, exactly, because it's more simple when you try to design a plane to work in reality than on a fantasy globe that was reverse engineered from a celestial concept.
That was another good argument. When planes come into landing, they have to, get the angle right, and they assume a flat Earth to, land the plane safely.
Yeah.
So, um,
You trying to get me to speak up here, electricity? Are you saying, hey, Dave's here? Why don't we talk about landing planes on a spinning ball?
but talking about plane, I just don't get, because like the destinations and trying to map out this place, and like planes are getting to their destinations. Like, I don't know why. Like, can't we? I've heard arguments of people trying to use the plane distances and everything to try and put something together, but
Oh, that's all I do. Since I realized that planes wouldn't be able to land on a spinning ball that they treat as stationary, that there's no reason to argue it now. It's over right there. It's
Well, hang
literally over.
on your perspective. How about this, right? How about trying to land a plane, like trying to plan your descent and landing from 100 miles away using a right angled triangle and assuming that the surface is flat all the way to the runway when there's supposed to be a 1.2 mile drop of curvature in front of you.
Right. Yeah, that too. And then the fact that they would have to chase the city that's moving faster than they are tangentially from the very start. So you would never have the straight line path to begin with in the air or on the ground or anyway. It would be a curved line. If you're going towards a city that's moving 1,000 miles an hour and you start out with supposed 200 mile an hour tangential velocity, you would be chasing the target. And you would actually, your trip would be much longer. In fact, sometimes it might be easier to wait for the city to come around the other way and just meet it there. But even if you could do that, you still wouldn't be able to land the plane because the ball's not going to stop spinning while you're slowing down to land. The ball keeps spinning while you're slowing down to land in the opposite direction. It doesn't wait for you to treat the Earth as stationary to land safely. The idea that the atmosphere would carry you 1,000 miles an hour backwards as you're facing the opposite direction to land is ludicrous. There's no physics to match that, or even a proposal on their part to say that. It's just a kinematic concept that somehow, because we're going to think of the atmosphere in lockstep, even though we don't claim that, we're going to think of it as in lockstep, and then just say, well, everything's moving all together, so the plane would also be moving backwards at 1,000 miles an hour consistently enough so the pilot can land in the opposite direction and treat the Earth as if it's perfectly stationary. There's no other way to kill the ball better than that for anyone that's using common sense, in my opinion. Ludicrous. Impossible. They don't even have a theory. They just have like this idea that it's more or less in sync, even though you could have winds blowing in all directions. So what's the force in the atmosphere that's keeping this plane moving eastward at a consistent rate to keep up with whichever tangential gradient velocity or latitude they happen to be at? That's why I make it a joyriding pilot now, if I argue this, because they always try to get away with, oh, it's just correcting for to stay on its path. And so their mind is set on, well, if it's correcting to stay on its path, then it must be moving that fast because it's over the place where they say it's moving this fast. So it has to be moving that fast to stay on that path. So I say it's a joyriding pilot. It just does loop-de-loops all over the place, over many different latitudes. He even went back to where he started from, because he thought he forgot something. Then he goes back and he's just going to land in a clearing wherever he decides. And he's always going to be able to treat it as stationary. There's no destination. There's no calculations. It's just going to treat it as stationary. But he happens to be landing at a place that's way faster than where he took off from. So how is this atmosphere carrying him backwards to meet this new tangential velocity without any kind of even force proposed, other than the idea that it's in the air, which is blowing in all directions, and he's not correcting for anything. He's going against the spin or landing at a place that is no destination. So there's no corrections for Coriolis or winds or any of that. It just baffles them. They don't know what to do with that. They can't do anything with that except for just somehow scream. at themselves in their head and make it sound like they're screaming at me. Sorry for ranting.
Yeah, no, I've heard you make that argument before, actually. It's a good one. I think you had a debate with someone a long time ago, didn't you? Who was like a CERN physicist or something like that? Was that you?
Oh yeah. Well, it wasn't a scheduled debate. I don't do scheduled debates or any
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
like
yeah.
thing
Discussion.
like that. And I happen to be in a talk where there's a guy like Franco, the CERN physicist.
Oh, that
I've
was
got a
fun.
few on my channel
Yeah.
of him just losing it. It only works on paper. On the paper, that's all that matters. Reference frames, paper, numbers. I mean, what would their like best argument for that be? There is nothing. The air somehow is carrying it without a force. The only force of air is wind, and winds are unpredictable. They don't. It doesn't move the plane directly eastward.
Yeah, I guess they just say as a whole, the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with
Yeah,
the globe. And if you take off,
all of these estimation words.
so even if you take off at say the North Pole, right, where you have no linear rotation speed, and then you travel to the equator. Okay, so they can't say it's conservation of momentum, but they'll just say, oh, somehow magically the atmosphere just helps the plane catch up with the angular momentum
Helps,
of the
yeah.
Earth as it goes along the path to the equator. It's crazy.
And even if that were somehow possible or true, even then, it still wouldn't be able to land because it's slowing down. So you're saying that if the plane's aimed in the opposite direction, even if the atmosphere somehow carried it to get in sync, then it's aimed in the opposite direction and slowing down. You have to imagine then the atmosphere all the way up until the wheels hit the pavement, it's still carrying the plane at exactly 1,040 miles an hour, wherever it happens to be. The air is still pushing it backwards at 1,000 miles an hour as it's going down to 100 miles, 50 miles, whatever it goes down to land. You have to imagine as a glober that it's still being carried backwards at 1,000 miles an hour, regardless of the forward trajectory. That vector, that eastward vector, has to be completely separate from anything the plane does going forward, necessarily, because there's
That's
no effect on any kind of flying forward that goes on.
crazy to think about.
Yeah.
So just say the plane takes off and it's moving along with the Earth, with the atmosphere. And it's going east. It's going east, and the plane's moving at 500 miles per hour. And then the plane turns around to land in the opposite direction on a runway. Is the plane then moving backwards at 500 miles per hour?
For their model, they have to be.
That boggles my mind, man. I can't wrap my head around that. Surely that doesn't work.
No, they have to,
Won't they just say that it's
they have to admit that pilots treat the Earth as stationary. They can't get out of that.
exactly?
They can't get
That's
out of
what they'll
that.
say. They'll just say that you don't. It's as if it's not moving, even though it is. So the
Right.
plane is
But
moving
it
in
can't be as
lockstep
if.
with the Earth's rotation, which makes it essentially like it's not moving, right? As far as the plane's reference is concerned.
Yeah, it's just a kinematic fix in their head. It's not even a kinematic fix because there's no kinematics that even match that. There's no force at all to even like propose as a kinematic solution. Not that kinematics deals with forces, but there's no uh, concept that really you could even grasp onto that pushes the plane eastward only. It's just the idea that it's more or less in sync, and more or less isn't even good enough. It would have to be perfectly in sync for the pilot to treat it as stationary and somehow move the plane only eastward, even though it's moving the opposite direction against the spin and slowing down and all that. There's no physics that even like the idea of it doesn't even like match any kind of theory. Electricity, is that you, Hot Mikey?
Sorry.
All right. Hey, I just sent you a DM, Electricity, by the way. I haven't seen you for a while. Nice to see it.
Check my DMs.
Yeah, I haven't sent you what I'm going to send you yet, but I said hello, and here's something to look at. But yeah, it's one of those things that even people that have been in this conversation for a really long time, like in fact, Man of Stone. I put it on upload because he and I we're friends, and we've hung out since that again, wouldn't call it altercation, but we've hung out, and even he still hasn't wrapped his mind around it, where he thinks that it would make a difference. I hope maybe he's thought about it now since, but you know, I got in a flight. I always say I got in a flight with whoever it is I'm arguing with this on that. And he was just thinking about it kinematically, the idea that somehow it could be in sync still with the air and all that, but it would not literally do it. There's no dynamics to match it whatsoever. Not even kinematics. There's no kinematics to say this is how fast it would have to push the plane to be in sync. Given the original conserved momentum, which wouldn't be there, but they have to pretend that it would still be there. It's like all these helping factors. Every time a baller tries to argue this, they always like, oh, but it would be also the friction of the atmosphere, and like they start piling up all these things to like help the plane somehow imaginatively not have to worry about the movement of the ground, which is in a non-inertial reference frame compared to the inertial reference frame, even though it's rotating. There's no way to get out of that. The conserved momentum doesn't help. In fact, I start the argument with, okay, so we know about the conserved momentum idea, where if the plane took off from 500-mile-an-hour latitude, then we assume that it's moving with the Earth because it was on the Earth, right? So where does this idea that the air is moving the plane come from? That conserved momentum comes from being on the Earth, not from being in the air. So you get them to commit to that, like, okay, we're agreeing that the globe model says it'd be moving with the Earth from being on the Earth. Now, when it flies to the 1,000-mile-an-hour latitude of the equator, what's keeping the plane in sync now? Because the conserved momentum, you could have all of it, even if it was still moving at 500 miles an hour with the Earth from the conserved momentum. That's ridiculous to think it would still be moving at 100 miles an hour forward with a Cessna and somehow still be moving 500 miles an hour sideways, backwards, as it goes west-southwest to land on a runway that's near the equator and moving 1,000 miles an hour. So you need twice as much backwards movement now. So what's doing that? What's the force? And why is there no detection on the pilot part? I mean, he has to fight winds for sure, but he's not fighting a air that's pushing him backwards faster, twice as fast as where he took off from. Like, that wouldn't be a noticeable force on the plane if that was even a thing that happened.
Crazy. And even just the claim alone that the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth, right? That's another ridiculous claim in itself.
And they don't even try to claim that. That's the other thing. They do not. They maybe they used to as a whole. They used to try to say that, but the people that have been in this conversation long enough know that fluid dynamics doesn't even allow that to be a possibility as well. You would never have like
Well, they do.
body atmosphere.
They do, yeah, because we say, well, how come you can't just hover a helicopter for half an hour and end up like 500 miles away, right? And they're like, oh, the air's moving with the Earth.
Yeah, but they can say that, but if they look at their own like mainstream admittance or any kind of physics, fluid dynamics is a thing that doesn't allow it to be a rigid body. Especially when you get up, then you get up higher in the
especially you
atmosphere.
haven't included gravity yet. Gravity pulls air around a ball in all directions.
I mean, it's also ridiculous. It's hard to say one's more ridiculous. One argument's more solid than the other. But
well, look, even AI, I just put it into
life and death matter.
Put it into Google AI. Does the air move in lockstep with the Earth? Yes. On average, the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth's rotation. but not
See the
perfectly.
qualifier there?
It's held in
On
place by
average.
gravity and dragged
Yeah, but
along
they
by
have to put the
surface friction.
qualifier in.
Yep,
They
they
have to
did.
say on average or as a whole or more or less, all these estimation words. But even, I mean, it doesn't work anyway, even if it were to move the plane, because it slows down and you'd have to imagine it somehow like the air at the very surface then is moving it backwards as it's moving forwards. None of that works, but the estimation doesn't work because if you're estimating trying to land on a surface that's literally not moving at all, it doesn't work. I mean, there would be a little give there in between whatever it is. The estimation, I mean, if you're the pilot announcing to your passengers that you're more or less going to be in sync with the Earth when you land the plane, that wouldn't go over very well. We're almost going to be like in sync as we land at this weird angle, as sideways, direction away from the spin. And they always try to conflate winds with the spinning of the Earth. That's the other thing you have to make sure they don't do, and you have to put that in. Like, I have a whole syllogism written out, like an agreement that they have to go into this argument with, because if they really believe they're on a ball and not just arguing for the ball, they always allow themselves to conflate the winds being like moving the plane as the same thing as like having trouble landing with a spinning Earth would be the same as dealing with winds. No, if you dealt with winds and a moving Earth, that'd be two things to deal with, not just one. Like an aircraft carrier pilot has to deal with, right? And they're specially trained, which regular pilots aren't. They're never taught to treat the Earth as anything but stationary.
Says here, at very high altitudes, around 200 kilometers or more, the air can actually spin faster than the ground in a phenomenon known as superrotation.
Yeah. And then not only that, we all agree, and we all know for a fact there's jet streams, which is air that's definitely moving faster than the supposed Earth spin, right? 200 miles, 400 miles faster. That's how they get places faster and use those jet streams. So when you pop out of the jet stream, what do you have to do to now get in sync with the Earth again? So they're admitting that there's air that's moving at a different rate, even westward, even the opposite direction, right? In some cases. So how does that work, right? You jump out of the jet stream, does your plane have that momentum still of 400 miles per hour faster than the Earth rotation? Then do you have to slow down in the opposite direction to make sure you're in sync with the Earth again? No. You never have to do that because the Earth is stationary. Otherwise, you would have to do those kind of crazy things.
It's all just automatic. It's auto.
Yeah, it's automatic fix. So, like, that's a problem for the globe. It's such a problem that, I mean, I've experienced over the years, because I've been arguing this argument solely, if I'm in the argument, for years.
Yeah, it's a really good one, actually. I've never thought about it as much, but I think it would be great to put together a whole list of crazy contradictions to ask them, right? Like the one that you just went over then.
Yeah, I've got so much written out on it, and arguments up and down, like, so many screenshots of my Chat GPT or Gemini arguments. It just literally breaks the ball. It breaks, and it's the fact that we know planes land every single second of the day, and they're like the best test, for the rotation, because they're in an inertial reference frame, right? So they have to admit to that. Otherwise, they wouldn't even talk about conservation of momentum. They have to use the conservation of momentum for when you're in the same spot and jumping up, or a helicopter goes up in the air and hovers. They have to use the conservation of momentum for that, right? And that means they're admitting that it's in a separate reference frame, and the only reason it's moving with the Earth is because it was on the Earth, not because it's in the air, but because it was on the Earth. So now they've you get them to differentiate, So then, okay, so if it hovered for 5 hours, some might even try to still argue that it was conservation of momentum keeping them going But the friction of the air and the direction or the facing and all that would just, I mean, that would only last for a few seconds if it even was there. Literally, it wouldn't even last long. But if you have it hovering, then you're saying, okay, so now the air takes over and the air is pushing the helicopter to stay in sync. After how long? Like, how long does the conservation of momentum last? Until the air takes over. Until what if it's a jet that flies 1,000 miles an hour, 2,000 miles an hour, like they have, going in the opposite direction of the spin? Are you saying that then the air is also pushing this jet backwards at 1,000 miles an hour, even though it's flying forward in the opposite direction? And there's these jets that have like 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance. They can hover in midair. So if they have that thrust resistance to hover in one spot, then is this air then taking over it? I mean, it wouldn't even work. If the air was forcing you to be in sync, then you would never be able to fly in the opposite direction because it would be forcing you backwards to stay in sync with the Earth's rotation. So you literally wouldn't even be able to fly west. If you think about it.
Conservation of momentum only applies to linear motion as well.
Yeah. And how long would that last, right? How long literally? I mean, come on. But if you go to it's the tangential gradient that fucks it all up for it, because they have to then think that it's because that vector, that eastward vector, has nothing to do with the forward motion. But they always try to work it in as if the pilot's correcting for winds, which would be much more powerful than Coriolis. And I agree, it would be if there was winds moving in all directions and there was some kind of 15-mile-an-hour, rotation that's going to be a deviation of some sort. But that's not really what we're talking about. That's a Sagnac effect anyway. It has nothing to do with rotation, arguably anyway. But even if it was, you're talking about twice the amount, like 500-mile-an-hour conserved momentum to 1,000-mile-an-hour eastward rotation, somehow imparted on the plane and staying in such a perfect, push eastward with more or less the same insyncness, even though you could have heavy westward winds one day, right? And it's still that works out the same. So you're saying the wind's blowing me the opposite direction, literally with like a dynamic force that the pilot actually can feel. And you're saying that is still less than the overall idea that the atmosphere is moving it backwards faster. It breaks it. It breaks it for anyone that's actually being intellectually honest. Did I cut out?
No. Yeah.
You hear the
So
birds here in the morning?
I was just cooking some chips. What was that?
You got some birds in the background if you hear those. Morning birds.
Oh, am I hot
I'll send you
micing?
some links. No. It's me, I think, that have the birds going on in the background.
Oh, I can't hear it.
I was asking if you hear them.
Yeah, so one thing I want to see is trying to, because everyone hates the maps and all that, but can we like try and get something from airplanes are getting to their destinations, so surely something's right there. Has anyone tried to like back engineer the flight destinations and the time it takes to go, France to Tokyo and Tokyo to Italy and just
Well, it's not. None of that's based on the globe. It's all just flat map, straight lines. You wouldn't even be able to fly straight to your destination.
How does timing yourself going from one place to another prove anything?
Well, if you're going 100 k's an hour over 2 hours, like that's pretty.
You don't know how fast you're going.
It gets interesting because.
Sorry. Yeah, go, DJ.
No, I got to go on mute for a second.
No, well, like think about it, electricity. Like say you're flying from New York to Dallas, right? Well, you'd be flying west-southwest, right? So you'd be flying away from the spin, but you'd be flying towards an area that's supposedly spinning faster than where you took off, and the destination would be rotating towards you. So since you're in since you're in an inertial reference frame compared to a non-inertial reference frame, and they can't claim that you're like attached with Velcro, and if you were attached to Velcro, you would never be able to fly to Dallas anyway because you have to fly against the spin, right? So you would
I'm
just
not
wait for
talking about
Dallas. Dallas would come towards you. You would have to like hit Dallas as it's spinning towards you.
I'm not talking about spin or Coriolis or anything. I'm just purely talking about, trying to get a map, somewhat of a map together based on distance and travel.
Who's going to make that?
I don't know. I just thought if someone has tried, or I don't know,
Well, what
just
would be
putting
the purpose of doing that?
to try and figure out what we're on.
Yeah, flying from one place to another is not going to help you prove if you live on a spinning ball in outer space.
No, I'm just talking like the flat wise. Try to put like a flat map together.
No, all maps are flat. That's what
Yeah, it's already flat.
I get confused with you guys on these curved maps that you guys use when you're driving around. I've never seen one before. So now you guys have curved maps and flat maps. I've never heard about these differences until a couple of years ago when you guys insisted there's curved maps and flat maps. So we're
He's
just
not a
going to tell
glober.
you all maps
He's
are
not a
flat.
glober.
Electricity is a flat earther. As far as I know, right? Electricity.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like the map's flat, yeah, but that's coming from a global coordination system or something. Or
No, it's not.
oh no, it's not.
No, they don't even try to like say. I mean, they use the idea of great circle routes and the hump of the plane. I mean, the hump's always going to be there because it's taking off. It's ascending and descending, right? Which makes a curved path, right? Then they conflate that with the idea that it's going over curvature. It's all conflation, but they can't really have the map be any different than it actually is because people are flying from one place to another and they're taking straight paths from one destination to another, right? So there's no way to really cheat that, especially with pilots that have to get where somewhere. It's all just treated as flat. They go from A to B, and it's just the idea that it's on a globe that is the only thing keeping it together. There's nothing else about it that's technically globe related with flying destination to destination. Nothing. That's how crazy it is. That's how crazy flat and stationary the pilots treat it, just like it is. Because it's a matter of life and death. They can't trick the pilots into. I mean, what if it was stationary? Would they tell the pilot to treat it as a moving spinning ball? I mean, it's just ridiculous. There's no way the dynamics would be the same. They treat it as stationary because it's stationary. They could never treat it as stationary if it was moving. That's the end of the globe right there. There's no way it would work out. I could say it's just my opinion, but it's just a fact. In my opinion, it's a fact, not just my opinion.
I'm just looking at the Great Circle routes because I've never really looked at it good, but it's just weird because on the map it's a curved line. The curved line is a shorter distance than the straight line.
That's just you're just looking at the path plotted out on a Mercator projection. If you plot that
Yeah.
same path out on a different projection, it's going to
Yeah.
it's not going to have that great circle route anymore. Like if you plot it out on an AE projection, that great circle route will generally be a perfectly straight line.
Okay. So the question
I
is then,
have an
what
example.
projection?
Uh-huh.
What's the projection then to make it's straight on a flat map? Because on the flat map, it's curved.
Well, all of
So
these
the question
maps,
is,
all of these maps are flat, right? But they're just different projections of the lat long coordinate system, right? Flattened out with different distortions in different areas, right? Like the Mercator one's kind of like if you stretch it out into a cylinder shape and then you flatten out the cylinder, right? And that's why, you know, Russia looks all the continents are completely wrong sizes and that kind of thing because it's like a stretched out cylinder globe. It's very weird. And I just put an image in the side chat. You can see all the different map projections, right? They're all based off the same coordinate system, the lat long coordinate system,
yeah,
right? Which originates from the celestial sphere, like I was talking about earlier. So it's to do with ground positions from taking elevation angles to stars and the position of the sun and that kind of thing, right? The way that the lat long was originally created.
yeah. But I'm just thinking, like, okay, then what projection then makes these great circle thingies straight
The AE
and not
projection
curved?
generally makes it look straight. Right, like
Okay.
like I could show you a military map, which is a polar projection, and all of the flight paths are plotted out on it, and basically they're all straight lines. That doesn't mean
Well, I think it's a dual pole. You guys got a lot of you guys have gotten my videos from E1 showing his figuring out of the lat longs and the star positions, the GPs and all that. So, but and the flight paths do seem to work better with the dual pole, honestly, as far as like matching what the globe says they do. You know, it's still a coordinate system transformed. So point for point, it's going to be the same distance no matter what. But the paths and going, you know, where they would actually fly, I've been able to match up. E1 actually looked at all the flight paths and traced them. It works with the dual pole a lot better actually than the AE layout, in my opinion. But regardless, it's flat. I mean, they go point to point. Most of it's Mercator anyway. But I think the AE was kind of like put in possibly as a little bit of a disinformation for us. If that's our map that we're, you know, they could have even thought of TFE long before it happened, knowing that the AE was in trouble with TFE. But that's a whole other, you know, discussion.
Yeah, if you got that military map, or is that it there? Gleason flight
no, that's
routes.
not it, man. I'll find it. I'm on my different computer. I don't have it on this one. I'll just find it. 1 second.
I think there's just something there. There's like the piece of the puzzle with these plane routes and projections.
Yeah, but you're just getting the coordinates plotted onto a particular map projection. That's all that's happening. Like they're just plotting like they're all following that same coordinate system and they're just plotting the paths out on different map projections. It doesn't mean that that's the actual Earth, right? We shouldn't be mistaking the map for the territory. Even the flight speeds and stuff like that, it's all calculated based off the globe model. Even the GPS coordinates that the plane's getting to calculate the ground speed or the airspeed or whatever, right? That's calculated pre-assuming a globe. That's why we're saying we don't know the actual distances for sure, because even the speed that you think the plane's going, right, is based off a presupposed spherical coordinate system. So while it will
What?
be useful to get you from point A to point B, it doesn't mean that calculated distance is correct. It's just a coordinate system.
Do they have something? Don't they have something in the plane that tells them their ground speed? Because obviously, you got if you're flying into a 100K wind, then that's going to deduct off the you know what I'm saying? Like there's two different speeds, like the plane speed and then the
Yeah.
ground speed.
Well, that's the thing. The ground speed is in relation to a stationary Earth. That's all you
Okay,
need to
but
know.
that's the question. How are they determining their ground speed from the airplane? Do they have an instrument on board? Or?
Yeah, there's an instrument that's how fast the plane is flying, but it's always in relation to a stationary Earth. So if the plane was flying over an Earth that had a tangential gradient of 1,000 miles an hour around there at the equator, down to zero at the poles, it'd be a tangential gradient. So the ground would always be moving at a different speed depending on where the plane flew. And then the calculations for how fast the plane is going in relation to the ground would be totally different. Because you'd be flying over an area that's 1,000 miles an hour and then going down to an area that's 500. And so now what's your ground speed? Your ground speed's in relation to what? You'd have to do the calculations of, subtracting that. It doesn't work that way. It has to be in relation to a stationary Earth. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
I get that. I guess I'm just coming from when he said the distance or the speed is calculated from the globe model, but I was like, wouldn't it be determined from just the ground speed? I don't know.
Like if you're using
not with rotation. He's not talking about with rotation included. He's just talking about GPS is
GPS
internally consistent because of the ground position that the plane is in relation to. Again, with a stationary Earth, and that would point to point be GPS over a stationary Earth, even though we think of it as rotating.
I'm just like, the plane's traveling at 500 k's an hour. It gets there in an hour. Like, I don't. Am I missing something, or how does globe coordinates come into this? Like,
it doesn't. It literally don't. They just claim that the Great Circle routes are but they have to admit that it's just flying point to point over a flat surface that it treats as stationary. That's what they have to admit to, because that's what the planes do. But then the idea that it's a globe and that it's just like, that it's all like figured out for globe distances, which you could argue the distances are all based on the zenith angles and all that, but those distances aren't confirmed anyway. It's just a way of estimating star position in relation to the ground and all that. But that's how they get away with it with their you could never actually literally measure that long a distance with a tape measure, so you would never know if it's this or that, is the point.
And that brings me back to my point of how would you know how far you're really going?
Yeah, exactly.
that's what I'm saying. That they got an instrument on the plane. Ground.
How tell me how? Okay, I'm flying I'm a magic person and I can fly. And what thing could I have that tells me how fast the ground is moving beneath me?
That's why I said, do they have an instrument on board that measures?
Okay, what kind of instrument could do that?
I don't know.
There would have to be an instrument that does that. There would have to be one.
There's not an instrument that tells you how fast the ground is moving beneath you. If they'd had that, they wouldn't need the little P tubes on the side of an airplane.
Yeah, they would have to have that if it was a spinning ball. Because they don't have that, we know it's not a spinning ball. But I gotta go, guys. Good morning and good night.
Catch you later, man.
It says airplanes determine their ground speed using a combination of inertial navigation systems, GPS, and radio signals, factoring in wind effects. So
Yeah, so somebody on the ground has to tell you how fast you're going.
Okay, so yeah, it's coming back to like I guess a system or like the GPS system or navigation system. Navigation. INS uses accelerometers. Accelerometers. What the hell is an accelerometer?
Accelerometer.
Measures the it measures the acceleration. Okay, so yeah, that's not speed. That's just acceleration. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just thinking. Well, has anyone got any other arguments? I heard a pretty good globe argument. That was, against the globe. what is it? The basically like the orbit of the planets. How what can I say it? The two inside planets, which are Mercury and Venus. And they were just saying if Mercury and Venus were on the inside of the orbit, like how do we see it at night? You know, because our nighttime faces outwards, but Venus and Mercury are on the inside of the orbit. I don't know if anyone's heard that argument.
Sorry, missed that. What was the argument? I must have just caught the back end of it.
If you, I was just trying to say something stupid there. No, it's the planetary orbits. So this is like goes against the globe theory. How
Well,
Mercury
the
and
fact that
Venus-
you've said planetary orbits, you probably don't really have to go much further than that.
they were saying like how Mercury and Venus are on the inside orbit, but we see it at nighttime, and our nighttime faces outwards,
Away from the orbit, yeah.
Away from the orbit, yeah. So they're saying, well, how do we see Mercury and Venus then if they're on the inside orbit?
They've accounted
So let's
for that
allow this-
already. They've already accounted for that, guys. You can only see them low on the horizon during early stages of the morning or
dusk and dawn.
Yeah, exactly. They've already accounted for it. That's one of those bad
Can you
FE
know?
arguments.
Are they always on the horizon? They're never like 12 o'clock or anything.
Yeah, you'll never see them at like directly above your head at midnight.
I was thinking
Whereas you
that,
get like,
but I was like,
you get like an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening, and that's about it. That's all you'll see them.
oh, really? I thought they were like a little bit higher than that. But
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah, Matrix, it kind of brings to mind, I think there are tons of these arguments that have entered into our mainstream early on that were purposefully bad to make us look like idiots, to see how many people would repeat them without checking.
I think your list is going to get somewhat larger.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. More songs for me.
Hey Yoda, I don't know if you were listening. Electricity was asking about coordinate systems and plane routes and how do planes reach their targets using a spherical coordinate system if there's not something to it.
Well, I mean, coordinate systems are arbitrary. What's happening here is the actual distance and orientation of things over the Earth don't match the map. Now the map will get you there because the coordinates are pinpointed to specific locations. So it's kind of like if you ever have like a Garmin or TomTom GPS, and it doesn't take you the most optimal route, but it does get you to your destination. That's still what's happening even with so-called Great Circle routes.
So you think, the planes are not flying straight. They're kind of doing some.
Well, they
wiggle
first
along.
off, they actually don't in the real world. Like the other thing I wanted to bring up too is Great Circle routes aren't actually ever navigated. They're conceptual. Airplanes fly in corridors, so they have to fly in predetermined, very prescribed flight routes. This is due to like flight insurance, safety reasons, international treaties, all kinds of things. So you're never going to get an instance where that's possible. Airplanes also have what's called ETOPS ratings. So ETOPS ratings basically determines how far away from a coastline that airplanes are allowed to fly for, like how long. And airplanes that I guess don't have the ETOPS rating have to kind of hug a coastline a bit closer. like you always have to be within 2 hours or something of an emergency landing. I don't know what the rules are specifically, but that's the general idea.
Okay. Yeah, just something I was thinking about, just like trying to map the world, and just planes would just be like a piece of that puzzle.
If you map a straight linear relationship between degrees of change of stars in the sky and distance covered on the ground, you're going to construct a globe below your feet, plain and simple. If you hold yourself hard and fast to that rule and don't waver from it without any modifications, without any exceptions. So like 69 miles to 1 degree, which is often used as a claim in celestial navigation and even surveying, I think. That rule does not apply consistently or uniformly, even within their own paradigm.
I
But if
guess
you're
the question. Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead, sorry.
Yes.
All right.
I guess the
I'll
question,
finish real
could you
quick. If you're
like,
going to hold yourself to it, what happens after 360 degrees, right? You make a full circle. You have your distance.
I'm just thinking like, because you said like the stars and that, and you that maps to a globe. Then the question is like, okay, well, if we know it's flat, how do we map
No,
the stars?
you've got that
so
slightly worded wrong. It's not that it maps to a globe, it is mapped to a globe. Slightly different. You could also map it to a banana. It's just the object they chose to do it for simplicity's sake.
Okay.
It's just a reference system wrapped around a ball. That's all. Nothing
That's it.
more.
So what they do is they take the Earth and they treat the sky as spherical at night. The stars as existing like on the inner surface of a black ball. And they take the Earth and they take points of interest on the Earth and they project it up into the sky. Like that's kind of what's happening. You can also think of it in the reverse, but I think it really helps for our case to show it this way. You take like a city at a particular point in time and say, okay, like Arcturus or whatever is supposed to be above the city at this specific point of time in the year, and then it's above that city at that point of time in the year. And then Arcturus had displaced itself by X amount of degrees between those 2 points. What they're doing is they're taking the Earth and they're like wallpapering the inside of that black sphere in the sky, the celestial sphere. And then they create a globe. And then now they take you and they pull you out of it and stick you on top of it. That's how the map is made. That's how latitude and longitude is made.
Okay, so I'm guessing the AE map is like just putting it onto a flat map, so to speak.
Yeah, AE map is a globe, full stop, without exception.
Well, I guess that's my next question would be like, can't we do it to a flat map that's not a globe?
Yes, we can. And yeah, people have done this. What hasn't been done is like a claim that the whole world has been done like this. That hasn't been done yet by anybody. It's as far as we know.
Right.
The whole globe is what? I missed that last bit you said.
No, as far as we know, it's never been done by anybody.
Ah, okay.
And you know that the AE map was it's north pole centered, right? You can actually choose any arbitrary place on the Earth and make it the center, and just use the same method to create an AE map out of it, right? So then you get like, so if you chose like the South Pole, then the North Pole would be wrapped around the outside, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it still has to begin with the globe. which is the funny thing. Like you create the AE map out of a globe.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to find, it's just a curiosity of like, what the hell are we on,
Oh yeah, join the club, man. I mean, we get asked it all the time, and I think there's an amount of curiosity behind it, right? But there's also an amount of credulity, or it's a dig. It's like, I bet you can't answer this, or or let's see what bullshit you come up with. Like, oh, you can't answer it. Oh, you don't know. Oh, you don't claim it. Like, oh, you don't know the shape. Like, right?
Yeah.
Like, where's the edge? What does it look like? Show me a map. Blah blah blah. Right?
Yeah, pretty.
But you're asking out of genuine curiosity, right?
Yeah, I just want to figure things out, I guess.
Everyone just needs one of them 3D things, right? If everyone had one, they just like just map the topography right around them, or topology, whatever, and then just match them all up together.
That's what I was going to say. We need like a publicly funded Google Maps.
Yeah, well, there's actually these devices, right? And you just walk around your garden or your yard, your house, right? Your property. You just walk around with it, and it's just makes a digital rendition of your entire landscape around you, and then you can use it to like start planning. Hey, I want a driveway here. I want it at this grade. Blah 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 blah. Like, it's pretty cool. I can't remember the name of it now. I've got it saved somewhere. It's supposed to be using that like borrowed NASA technology.
I wonder then if you go like on a massive drive then with it, and start mapping massive areas.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not sure of its range. That's the only thing. I think this thing is just like for small areas. I'll see if I can find the link for it. Yeah.
That's cool. I'm always up for ideas to how to. But I think that's it. It's like mapping out little sections and putting it all together. It's like a starting point, I think. But I don't know. That's like
the fun part is the intersection of those small sections that you put together. Because what's happening right now with GPS is GPS receivers by default give you and everybody using a receiver a local tangent plane. You all with your GPS locally are using the Earth on a horizontal surface, not a curving one. But then the mathematics chains them together, chains everybody's local tangent planes together into something called ECEF. And ECEF is then used for global positioning. So what they do is they mathematically rotate everybody's horizontal tangent planes relative to each other to account for the spherical coordinate system that they apply to it. In this case, like latitude and longitude. And that mathematical rotation is done in the computer and isn't detected in reality. I hope that makes sense. You understand what I mean by rotate. Like if I'm on top of a ball and I travel a certain distance, I have to rotate my horizontal plane to maintain down on the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's happening. And like what's funny is I dug up the actual like math, the actual formula that they use to calculate that rotation in that frame. So if it really existed, why would they have to calculate? Why can't they measure it? Like, I thought that was the whole point of GPS, was being able to get precise measurements out of it. But no, it's all mathematical.
Yeah, so I was like, if I was standing at the North Pole, my angle would be 0 degrees, and then as soon as I, move a bit, it starts changing,
Right.
kind of thing. Yeah.
So this brings up another point. Something we've been looking for the past
Come on,
few years
folks.
is evidence of
Oh,
that
sorry.
rotation in reality, like with a gyroscope and something. If somebody could provide a measurement, that'd be great.
I found it. So yeah, I posted it in the side chat. It looks like they've actually upgraded a little bit. They've got a 2.0. So this says turn site walks into site plans with Moja. Measure area, distance, elevation, and volume as you walk. Moja is a pocket-sized device that transforms your movement into fully dimensioned site plans. No line of sight or extra hands required. Man, this is
Does it give
taking
Does it give a distance? How far it can go up to?
Still looking at that. The motion-based measuring tool. Moja connects to the free app via Bluetooth, working reliably without mobile signal. Capture X, Y, and Z coordinates. Instantly generate 2D and 3D plans. Save, edit, and export to PDF and CAD. Create accurate site plans quickly. No pen, paper, or guesswork required. Automatically capture site data. No notepads needed. Moja draws accurate site plans as you walk. Calculate area, perimeter, elevation, volume. Does all the math for you. Deliver professional plans that win more jobs. There you go. You just walk around and then just like go into like offices and yeah, you want this? $200.
Bluetooth. 150. Yeah.
So whether you're shooting grade, measuring sod, or leveling terrain, Moja has a range of versatile tools that suits your need. Area and perimeter. Learn how calculates the area and perimeter of regular sites. Just trying to see if there's like an actual like limitation range to it. I can't. Oh, here we go. Reliable accuracy. Measure with up to 99.7% accuracy. Great for professionals who value speed and efficiency over centimeter level accuracy. It has a 0.3% error for distance and elevation, 0.5% error for perimeter, 1% error for area, 1.5% area for volume. Reference measurements, errors, and accuracy are based on Moja 2 Pro.
I'm getting a thing here. It says no fixed limit to the distance. There's only the
really?
limit is determined by the RAM on your smartphone or tablet.
I think I could still create a globe out of that error. That's the problem. Assuming that error is uniform in skills. I think I can create a globe out of that still.
Yeah. It sounds like a pretty nifty device, man. I'd love one of them. Like I reckon you could do that. You could just like walk around like just making plans and maps and whatever, and then just like sell them. You could hear about a project. You know how people buy domains and website names and shit. You just go around doing that, like, and someone puts out the contract or something. You just walk straight in there. Yep, done. Here you go. Thank you. Take my money.
I don't know. It looks like he's got a different. He puts like a Bluetooth thing in the middle as like a reference point, and then he just walks around, and it's all to that that device. So I think it's only as far as Bluetooth will go, really.
Well, this says here, in straight line path, the points at which the device is set down are connected with a straight line, ideal for maneuvering around objects. It's flat, guys. That's it. That's flat. Sorry.
Yeah, just I guess hypothetically speaking, like everyone map, we need like a central hub. Everyone collects data, uploads it to the central data system, and then but I think at the end of the day, I'm just gonna go for a surf and
Oh, look, it has a trace line path function feature. Traces the exact movement the device makes. This path is ideal for measuring irregular shapes, such as lawns or pools with curved edges. So all you need to do is just like take it over a body of water. Just shake the camera.
oh, true. Does it show verticals too, or just area? Like, if you went up and down the stairs, would it show the,
Yeah. Yeah, it says here point path captures individual points without connecting them with lines, useful for volumes, marking locations of interest, or for spot elevations. So it measures in the X, Y, and Z. Yep.
That's pretty cool then. That's like another test for curvature, yeah. Try do like 10 kilometers, and try and
Well, this is supposed to be like borrowed technology, like. Well, I don't know. Like it's based on like they claim it's based on like NASA shit. This is the where I'm reading all this. I'll post that. Share that. And this sounds like such a cool toy. Saying it's like $1,500. And look at that, it's Aussie.
It's fun to actually talk to these guys and ask them questions about, okay, so This is measuring everything locally using Cartesian coordinates, flat horizontal reference planes. What do you guys need to do to make this like globally position compliant? How would you do it? How would you take these and then integrate it in with a global system? And then have them describe how they'd have to enrich it with like reference ellipsoids and then say, okay, ask them, well, at that point, are you not measuring anything anymore?
Well, like on a grand scale, it could only do the
Yeah.
continents. It can't do overseas. So
I know, but
you
on a
know,
grander scale, like how would you guys hook this into spherical coordinates like latitude and longitude?
no, that's the thing. Is there's no coordinates. It's just pure land data. You know,
I
it's just
know,
point A to
but my point is if
Right.
the intention here is to get them to basically describe how flat and planar it is, and then the steps that they would have to take in order to make it congruent with reference ellipsoids,
Right.
and then have them reveal
Yeah.
the process entirely being mathematical and not empirically measured.
I think it'd be an excellent little tool. All the patches of land are now measured as flat. We already know that water is flat, level, and horizontal, so it's just going to add insult to injury.
Might want to send them an email.
We want one. How do we get one of these devices a little more supercharged, though, so we don't have to just use Bluetooth? We want it to go further.
Yeah, we're going to make a microwave version.
Because Bluetooth sucks.
I think, yeah, Bluetooth can only go up like 20, 30, 40 meters or something. It would have to be like cell phone towers then, if you want to.
No.
Yeah,
Bluetooth
microwave,
works
man.
based upon the
Microwave.
necessity of how quickly you need it connected. If you need something connected quickly, you'll hook up to the aeroplane that's flying over your head, you'll hook up to the kids next door, you'll hook up to the TV across the road, but you won't be able to pick up the device that's 3 foot from you. But if you don't really give a shit, you're not in a hurry, then it'll connect. It's horrible stuff. I hate it. Sorry, just me having a meltdown over one of the technical wonders of the world. Wonder how it works at all. But no, a little device like that would be somewhat handy. Bouncing it off cell towers, that'd be good.
Yeah, some way to get pure raw data would be good. But who knows? Hopefully they switch from Bluetooth to. I just think the
So-
Bluetooth is more accurate than them using
How does-
cell phone towers.
T-Dub, how does this thing calibrate itself? Does it just give you a measurement from this is starting point and that's it, and everything is based off of that? So every time you turn it on, that's the calibration?
Yeah, I was just looking at the video. The dude puts that thing in the middle, and I think that's just the reference point.
Yeah, and otherwise you just like there's certain, like it almost looks like a metal detector thing, and you just run it around like the edge of a pool or whatever, like, and it'll just it'll just draw it for you. What you're doing, it's like you basically, like, it's as if you're drawing the pool in real life, but it's already there, and then it's just copying you on a piece of paper, or or digitally. It's just a mimic of your motion, and then it just converts it into the XYZ. But it's like, so you might not even really need more than two. Yeah.
But you still need that reference point, and then you've got to tie an existing reference point to your next one. It's the same as survey do.
Right, because if you then say this reference point is now at this latitude and longitude, and that point of interest is also at that latitude and longitude, and I take the Mosher device, and then I measure the real distance between the two, then I get the linear distance, but I also get to say that, oh, that followed a geodesic arc.
Oh yeah. They're probably to say this is over such short distances, it's negligible. I think like this is probably something similar to what like ISJJ thinks that they're doing with satellites on a larger scale.
Earlier, Radwin made the comment that airplanes don't know really how fast they're going. They've got the PTOT tube, but to calculate ground speed and all that, they really need to be told from the ground where they're going and how fast they're going. Satellites are the same way. They don't inherently have measuring devices to know where they are and how fast they're flying, assuming that they are resembling anything like what they're claimed to be. But the ground segments of these satellite control systems are responsible for tracking them from the ground using optical tracking and radar tracking and laser tracking. And then the information is then boosted up to the satellite for rebroadcasting. So the satellites are basically told where they are and how fast they're going and which direction they're going. And then so when you receive that information on the ground at the far end of this, you might be inclined to think, oh, the satellite knows it was, flying this fast and at this altitude in this direction, and that's where it was. When really it was another party on the ground that told the satellite this information, just like you are on the ground. In the case of GPS, this is happening at intervals, something like every 2 hours or something, that the backhaul segment uploads through encrypted military channels the ephemeris and nautical almanac, or astronomical almanac rather, telling the satellite where it is right now and where it will be predictably in the future with reference to a coordinate system. So it's basically a circular closed feedback loop. Go ahead. Sorry.
But they have to know that the plane's elevation and speed, or else there's going to be like heaps of plane crashes. Like, they have to be pretty precise with that, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. I mean, well, I don't know how precise are they really? Like, how many times do you hear about planes crashing into other planes and helicopters and all kinds of stuff? I mean, I guess you can't fix stupid, but how much is a technology responsible? I don't know.
I just want to know, like, if the pilots, like, if they can when they start seeing a plane in the distance that's allegedly at the same altitude or just a little bit lower or higher, like whether they're like looking at it and they see it at eye level, like equal. If it's like that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Like you've got this big aircraft that they could probably see, like even if they just use some binoculars, like from a fair way away, significantly enough away that the curvature drop should like change the apparent elevation of them in their field of view. They should be lower, right?
Oh, right. Like that's interesting you bring that up because I've got an old flight manual like for taking your exams to pass ground school, and then for getting your airman certificate for flying. It's an old book, but in the book I should take pictures of it. It talks about establishing visual flight rules for safety and how to do horizon scanning to look for other aircraft. And the rule of thumb basically says that if you see an airplane directly in front of you, like on the horizon, then it's at the same elevation as you, and you need to be mindful and careful of which direction you both are going. But if you see it above the horizon or below the horizon, then it's above you in elevation or below you in elevation.
That's interesting. Really? Like that's the rule of thumb.
That is the rule of thumb. Yep, since the age of flight, it still is.
Huh.
Yeah. You could probably find this on the internet too. I mean, this is very common. Like this is how they teach it.
Right, but the horizon may or may not be a little like higher or lower depending on like weather conditions, refraction, all that.
Yeah.
But that's just a general rule of thumb. It's just like a good indication. Like they'll say if your instrumentation's out, you've got no radar, ground control, whatever. Like that's just like that's probably going to get you out of trouble.
Yeah, it's not like in the manual they say, hey, if you see an airplane on the horizon, don't panic. It's actually much higher in elevation than you.
Right. I mean, I guess that could apply to like mountains as well, right? I mean, like you're probably talking about like 10,000 to 30,000 feet, but if you were lower, wouldn't that apply to like mountains as well?
I guess so, yeah. Or anything.
No, I know what we need on an aircraft so that we're safe. We know we're safe. Is Jesse and a theodolite.
If you like, just keep pointing it down to follow the curve. Like, no, we're gonna hit the ground. No, just keep pointing. Ah.
Guys, trust me, if you fly straight and level, you're going to fly into outer space. We don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're coming into land. Start descending. Descend harder. 60 degrees descent. I think the funniest globe thing is Neil deGrasse saying the football, the dude kicking the football. And the football like moved.
I did some quick calculations.
It's like fucking who the fuck
He's
is
like
believing
sitting there and
that?
he's like biting his lip and he's like counting on his hand. Yeah. Ah, yes, Coriolis, yeah.
the football moved 6 inches to the left because of Coriolis. Oh my fucking god!
Can we not
I
discuss
don't think it's.
Coriolis? I got enough of that crap on Facebook at the moment.
I don't think
Like
it's like he's
seriously,
ever. Oh, sorry.
I was just laugh. You know how I was telling you earlier on, T-Dub, about I posted up the letter from the 4.4 mile
Yes.
shot.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Posted the letter up. I had these clowns arguing about it. One of them is just gibbering on about, oh, but the measurement is 90.3 and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, bro, the first 8 words of the letter are, we did not account for Coriolis. Comma, blah, 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 whatever it says afterwards. The first 8 words say, we do not account for Coriolis. And the best part about it, this moron doubles down. Sends me another one, blah, 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 you don't have any reading comprehension skills. You don't know how to put this together. And it's like, dude, the first 8 words were this. And you wouldn't believe it. Stupid has responded again. It's you that doesn't have the reading capabilities. And it's like, I just couldn't believe it. I'm just sitting back going, did you really? Not only you've doubled down, you've come back for more. You are so stupid. So
It's when they got nothing, they just
Oh,
result to
mate.
insults.
well, it's just amazing that these guys just. Well, it's only one really. Like, and my comment. This was my comment. This is the level I've got to because I just can't believe someone is that stupid. Are you stupid enough to double down? That's amazing. We did, and in quotation marks, we did not take into account the Coriolis. Read it again, Special Ed. And he hasn't replied yet. So
No, they just don't realise that they did. Look, the math checks out.
And the best part is now, I've now got other people laughing at what I'm posting to this moron. Like the second time I sent back, we did not
drawn
take
a
into
crowd.
account the Coriolis. Your rant means nothing. Like, I'd have thought most people would have looked at that and went, I don't understand what you mean by that. But no, he's going to pretend that Coriolis and Spindrift are the same thing and just march on through into the mincer. Sorry, guys. This is just cracking me up how stupid some people can get. It's just next level.
It does. It just results to insults and like, I always hear it. Just you don't know how to maths. Are you a scientist? Do you have any degrees? Do you know how to read? Like, it's just.
I know.
Well,
attack.
Yeah.
His initial thing
Dumb
was
flat earthers. Right, Siege?
after I posted up the letter, so he's got the letter there. The first 8 words. We did not take into account the Coriolis. That's the first 8 words on the reply of the letter. Okay? I can get you a copy here. It's on one of our other servers. But anyways,
What's the letter referencing? What's
it's to do with a long-range sniper shots, 4.4 miles. And
The
there's a video
snipers.
on the whole lot of it. So you can sit and watch what they did, how they done it.
Yeah, world record shot.
Anyways, Clown Shoes reads the letter, and his reply, because the calculation was 93 inches, the adjustment for that at 4.4 miles is 1 MOA, which is like he said in the email, the wind has a greater factor, so adjusting for the wind will adjust for the Coriolis and Spindrift. So they did take it into account. The adjustments were negligible with other conditions that occurred on the specific day. 1 MOA at the distance of 4.4 miles is an adjustment for 81 inches. Just so you know. Essentially, eliminating Coriolis effective if you have to make any adjustment for the wind. So this Muppet thinks Coriolis is wind now. Like, seriously. That's why I responded.
What is he talking about?
Oh, look.
He's not making any sense.
That's what he got out of the letter. So, where did I post the letter? I've got to scroll down some. No, not that far down. Oh, wow. It's just gold.
So the sniper did account for Coriolis, but just didn't realise he did?
Oh, got nothing. Can I copy image? Copy image, yep. And I can slap it in the chat. Paste. Wizard. So,
yeah, it turns out I did. I actually made a mistake, but got it right. What the fuck?
I don't know if you can read that because that's really small. That didn't really come out that crash short.
Oh yeah, no, I can't read that.
No, I might have to do some fine tuning.
It's all good. Like it just sounds weird what this guy's saying. It's like he's basically saying, yeah, that the sniper would have had to have accounted for it, but if he's saying he didn't, then he accidentally did. So he made a mistake, but got it right.
Oh, I got nothing, man. I truly
right?
got nothing.
Like that's what would have to fucking happened.
Paste. Let's see if that one's a bit better. Round 2. Oh, it's taking longer to load. That's always a good sign. Oh, shit, yeah, that one's a lot better. Alright, we'll delete that first one.
I hear that if you shoot east, you must aim low. If you shoot west, you must aim high. Is there any demonstration to that?
Well, that's all the claims that are on the table due to this alleged spinny wobbly ball that they preach to. Well, don't tell me in the time I've said that's someone else's. Or is this just someone having a laugh? Because his original attack on me was reading comprehension isn't one of your strengths, is it? It clearly states in the email that they calculated it, but with it only being 93 inches, the wind was more of a factor. So the fact that it exists at all proves spinny ball earth. And my reply to that was, spin drift is not Coriolis. And then in quotation marks, reading comprehension isn't one of your strengths, is it? Question mark. ... Nor yours, to be fair. And then after that I've put the first 8 words, we did not take into account the Coriolis. And then I also posted up a little image of further down where it says our calculation for spindrift was 93.80. So it's like, I feel like I'm involved midway of someone else's conversation. He is talking to someone else, and I'm getting snippets from someone else's conversation. That's what I feel like I've been presented with. Or he's just a complete moron, I don't know.
You can't have an honest conversation with a dishonest person.
Oh, it's crazy. The sad part is the letter, that what I've posted in the side chat was exactly what I posted for them. I don't know where they're getting this link of what he wants out of that letter. Like, maybe you can read it. Maybe you might be able to translate Glober for us or something. I don't know. I got nothing, man. Seriously. It's just a comedy show
nothing you can
now.
say to him. Yeah, nothing you can say to him. That even you like point blank, like we do not, whatever the Coriolis, like it's so simple, but they always find a way.
Yeah, and you have to teach them what their own claim is all the time. And they don't want to be taught by an opposing side what their own claim should be.
True.
It's remarkable how much they get Coriolis wrong. You can Google Coriolis and you can see, like in Google Images, depictions of Coriolis time after time after time, like 90% of the images depicting what Coriolis is with respect to a globe are wrong. Just geometrically, mechanically, all wrong. We have a laugh at this sometimes if because it said like the globe, right, is spinning from west to the east. So if an airplane is traveling from the equator up north, then the globe is spinning to the east under the airplane. But then they'll show that the airplane's going in the opposite direction in their depictions. So instead of the globe rotating like west to east, they'll show it rotating west to east with an arrow, but then show like the airplane going even more exaggeratingly east to west, or more exaggeratingly west to east instead of east to west. It should be that if I'm flying to the north, then something way to the west of me will eventually travel and get to a position underneath me all by itself. I just have to keep heading north. But then they depict the opposite in their diagrams. I'm not even joking.
That's what I don't get. Like, what is this? Like, they got to account with it for sniper bullets, but like planes and hot air balloons, they don't. Like, it's just freaking the
All right,
arguments.
hypothetical for you. Now you can have a laugh. If a sniper is in a hot air balloon, does he still have to account for Coriolis? I thought you'd like that. I love it, man.
Yeah.
I truly love it. It's great. You probably find some of us are just happy to have people thinking critically about the information that they've been handed. You are going to go a long way, my young friend, because you're already having a laugh at the simplicity and the stupidity of some of the things that we deal with daily. So, yeah, if you can laugh it off, yeah, you'll probably find you're actually starting to think about this in the right way.
I've never heard a good rebuttal on that, because they bring up the sniper bullets and then you're like, oh, the hot air balloons, and then just crickets.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But even
I guess
what I read out was
Sorry.
only one small component of an exceptionally long post with a few hundred different comments on it. So one of the other ones, this guy reacted to someone else claiming this is only really noticeably true past 5,000 yards. So this dude is basically just saying Coriolis effect only happens past 5,000 yards. So then this dude gets on here and comments, at what distance does Coriolis effect matter in long-range shooting? For most rifle shooting, you can ignore it under 600 yards. Around 800 to 1,000, it starts becoming something precision shooters may account for. Past 1,000 yards, especially at a mile or more, it becomes part of the math. Why? Because the longer the bullet is in the air, the more time Earth's rotation has to affect the shot. But here is the real-world truth. Wind still matters way more. A tiny wind call mistake can move a bullet further than Coriolis will at the same distance. So yes, Earth rotation matters, but wind is usually the bigger bully. Simple breakdown. Under 600, usually ignore it. 6 to 800, technically there but minor. 800 to 1,000, starts to matter for precision. 1,000 plus worth calculating. And 1 mile beyond, definitely part of the shot solution. Interestingly enough, oh mate, 4.4 miles. Not taken into consideration. What is it? A 24-second air time. 24 seconds, 22 seconds.
Yikes.
That's a long hang time, isn't it?
24 second flat Earth.
Oh man. We need an auctioneer to come in,
cracks me up when you say
I love saying that. I know. I love it too. Electizzy, every now and then we'll get someone that's talking at a million miles an hour and they've got to get all the information out and they'll just steamroll through T-Dub and it's like, bro, whoa, this is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24 seconds flat Earth. Like they sound like auctioneers. Like I talk fast, I know I do, But some of these kids just, it's like, holy shit, what have you snorted before you come in here? Like, fair dinkum. Crazy.
Don't they call that trauma dumping?
Oh, I don't know.
I just don't know why people like hang on to the globe, or like why like this like full. I don't know. I guess I don't really have like personal attachments, right? You know, where I can challenge my beliefs in that. Like,
It's because it's been force-fed into them or indoctrinated at such a young age. It's a part of their mental
yeah,
construct.
same with me. Same with me. Like, you know, I had to break out of it too. But
Like it's built as a part of their personality. It's just a whole psychological just storm, a shit storm. That's all it is. Some people seem to be able to just shake their head and walk out of it. Other people just won't. There's nothing we can do. You just sit back and just go, "Yep, you're broken." And it's interesting to watch. It really is. Well, I think it is, anyways.
I think like the first probably 6 months of like looking at all this. Sorry, I'm choking. Yeah, I guess the first 6 months was real like, you know, my world is going upside down, and it's a bit of a journey.
Yeah, you're
You
right,
mean
Yoda.
upright?
Those diagrams are just way off. Sorry, I was just responding to Yoda and it's just like.
I think the bigger I remember like the stars and that, and like going, oh shit, like they're not planets, like. And I remember just going outside and like looking up and just be like, holy shit.
Yeah, man. I remember spending a lot of time just staring up into the sky when I first heard about this.
And the sun going, I was like, fuck, the sun is going across the sky. Fuck. Just like, you know, just like those little things you never think about, like, because I like live on the ocean, and I see the ships, you know, like bottoming out, like, and I just always thought, like, you know, I couldn't see the bottom of the ship, and because curvature, and so. But it's weird, like I didn't. The globe wasn't like on my mind all the time or anything, like.
Can you believe that? I don't know if you're listening, Clipcord, but look at that. McToon is on tenor. Unbelievable.
What's tenor?
It's a meme and GIF site, like,
No.
that's
Yeah,
integrated
so is
into
Fight the Flat
Discord.
Earth is on there as well.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a furry too. That's kind of creepy.
What?
I don't trust those. These guys
You
are
know the
very
rules.
sus.
He made a furry video called Furries Around the Globe. Right? It's on his channel. I'll share it in a second. And then if you have a look down in the screenshots, all the furries are commenting. They're like, wow, I didn't realize there were other furry debunkers like in the debunking community. And yeah, I got some screenshots. All right. Here we go. All right. Okay, so this is I'll grab the video in a second as well. So here's some screenshots. He certainly isn't denying it, and he makes videos called Furries Around the Globe. Okay, YouTube. All right, so this person says, wow, I thought I was the only furry in the debunking community. I'm thrilled to be wrong. And he says, oh, there are a good number, it seems, and he hearts the comment. And then the next one, I have to admit, I wasn't expecting to find furry content on your channel, but I can't say I'm complaining. And he says, the furries are coming out in force. And some other furry says, well done, very well done, you will be rewarded. Don't want to know what that reward was. And this is the video on McToon's channel. Furries around the globe.
Hello.
Crazy stuff.
I've seen it, yeah. Now I remember. Hello.
Yeah. I know that is very sus.
Yeah, I think it's my first time here, so
What was that?
Someone said they think it's their first time here.
yeah, it's me.
There we go. That person. Welcome.
Mary
Yeah.
Ann.
Yeah,
What do you
it's my first time here ever on Discord. I'm trying to practice my English, but I really didn't catch that topic.
my audio is not the greatest, but I guess what do you think of flat Earth then?
Okay.
Anybody tell me how to expand my vocabulary? I'm just curious.
Bro, you sound like
That
you're on an
is
old time
awesome.
radio. Like you're about to start singing something that Fred Astaire will dance to.
I'm using a laptop mic, so yeah, sounds like radio.
What was that? London's under attack, did you say?
Yeah, London is under attack. Prime Minister Trump was not stopping the war.
I think I heard the Titanic is sinking.
They are pushing the tanks into the war, and there are many places casting over and over again. So we need a backup. So Commander, can you give me a backup for me?
I think he's calling for commanders to give him a backup.
Yeah.
That might be it. Bro, yeah, how'd you get this this frequency?
Code red.
This is a secure channel. You're unauthorized.
Anyways.
Yeah.
I heard you on the wireless back in 52.
Oh, nice. I wish I could just get me mixer and just press one button and have my voice change like that. Video kill the radio star. But before our friend tried to connect up to or Scott me up, beam me or whatever he was doing, Mariam Sheriff, you were asked what you think about flat Earth, and you started to answer, and then our connection just got broken.
I think I don't have enough vocabulary to be able to express my thoughts about this topic.
You sound fine to me.
Yeah, but I wanna ask a question.
What do you believe, flat or globe?
You want to?
What you
You
believe?
want to, but sorry, go on.
Okay, I just wanna ask. I have been working on my English for a while, but I really want you guys to guess where I'm from based on my accent.
Egypt.
China.
Really?
Pakistan.
UAE, Abu Dhabi.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just say Egypt, and like 8 out of 10, I'm correct. But
This
it's
is
all good.
based on this is based on my accent or just based on my name? Do I have a certain accent or my pronunciation is good?
I want to say India, but I don't think so.
No, I'm not from India.
I was basing it on the accent.
Okay, guess uh, which country I
Oh,
am.
I think I just heard a Turkish taxi honking.
No, not really.
Oh, dang. Okay.
Dude, if you got it off of that, I would have been so
What
shocked.
was that, Jello? That was you?
Yeah, I had my microphone open, sorry.
Oh, it's your Turkish taxi. Right.
Yeah, it's downtown London. What are you talking about, T-Dub?
Yes, that's the invasion My Name is English was telling us about.
Yeah, guess which country I am from. Hello. Can you guess which country I am from?
Bro, you're
I'll
gonna
say
have
China.
you're gonna have a better time using Morse code at this rate.
I'll say China.
Oh, I'm not from China.
Korea.
Wait, Let's you can hear him?
Yeah, bro. He's asking where, like, to guess where he's from.
Are you guessing randomly or like?
Pakistan or India?
Holy shit, I thought he was ordering a pizza.
I'm not from Pakistan.
So
Are
India is the
you?
second choice there.
I don't know. You guys judge.
Are you Japanese?
It's
I'll go
India
with
then.
Nepal.
No, it's India. Bangladesh. It's Bangladesh, India, or Pakistan. So it has to be one of those three.
Or-
I want to
Guarantee it.
improve
I'll bet my
Kazakhstan.
life on it.
accent. Like you guys are guessing accurately, but
It sounds like Indian. Very much.
I think I want to improve my accent.
Yeah,
Because
it's
of my
Indian accent.
No.
Let's say this then. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
Is that a tongue twister?
The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
The rain in Spain falls mainly on the rain.
Oh,
On
so
the
close.
plain.
On
It
the
was
plane.
good. It
Okay.
was good. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Wait, did you ever confirm which country he's from? I know DJ got it right, but did he ever say it? If he was right or not? Guess that's a no. I don't know. Still waiting for him to tell us where he's from. He never confirmed that DJ was right. He just left us on red, never to return.
Okay, as for me, I am from Egypt.
Nailed it.
Wow.
Yeah,
Damn.
but do I really have that native Egyptian accent, or my pronunciation is kinda good?
It's very good.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
really.
I like the way you said
I'm happy to
kinda.
hear. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that because I've been working on my English for a while. So, but it's my first time here ever because I wanna improve my speaking. Just I wanna improve my, increase my fluency.
Want to.
Yeah. So, where are you guys from?
I want to.
I want to.
Yeah. You're developing
Alright.
bad English habits already.
Come again, what did you say?
I said you're developing bad English habits already. You must be watching a lot of television, maybe, because it's. You said I wanna.
Yeah.
That's how native English speakers lazily say I want to. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're learning lazy English somehow. But it's still it's fluent lazy English.
Yeah, I know. I'm still working on it.
Nice, you're doing good.
Thank
See how's it doing? You're doing good.
you.
That's
Yeah.
lazy Australian English.
Yeah.
Don't do it, lads.
No, I'm just reading the side chat. It's funny.
Yeah, I know. There's one that had a meltdown. Was it last week? There was one that had an absolute meltdown last week when Jedi said it. And yeah, I thought that it's going to be on for young and old.
Yeah, I love it. I love telling them they did build it, because I don't think that they even admit they did. Do they? Because I asked one guy in here one night. I was like, hang on a second. You guys don't actually think you're genetically related to the Egyptians that built the pyramids, do you? Because I bet you're mostly not. Actually, I pretty much guarantee it. Yeah, they essentially died off, right? And you would find more like Greek and Arab, and a little bit of more southern African, you know, and East African. I mean, sorry, West African. Yeah. Yeah, the Egyptians died out. Be very mixed blood now. So, Mary, you guys don't actually like call yourselves Egyptians, do you? In your language, in Arabic? What is the official like native tongue name for that country? Did you sorry, Jedi? Did you say it is Egypt? They do say it's Egypt. Call it
Yeah.
Egypt.
It's either that or land of dusty triangles.
No, but really, like they don't have their own name for it, and just like when
I
they
would
speak
have thought,
English, they just use the English understanding.
I would have thought there's some Arabic expression for Egypt, I mean, but I don't know what it is. By the way, watch the video I sent you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Which one? Which one?
The one I just sent you.
Okay.
I watched half of the Little Season timeline documentary.
Yeah, that's the one I
this
just sent
morning.
you. Yep. How'd you find it?
Yeah, it's really, really good. Can't wait to watch the rest of it.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
It's really
is.
good.
It just adds another layer to it, doesn't it? Fucking mad.
Yep.
Jedi, can you launch that to me, please?
Of course I can, mate. Yeah, no worries. Give me a minute.
Thank you.
You should have that now, sir.
Cheers, mate.
I think that video I sent DJ T Dub Matrix, it's the first video from the Chapter 20 YouTube channel. I've watched probably the last ones. I can't remember how many there are, maybe about 20 or so. But this is the first original video that he made, maybe about 2 years ago. And then he's done breakdowns and other videos and since then and blah, blah, blah. But I decided to go back because I'm bloody got ADHD. Decided to go back and watch it right from the beginning, do the proper thing. And yeah, this video is mind blowing. It runs parallel with the Jason Jack stuff. I think adds another layer to it. It dives a little bit into astronomy if we're talking about the time that things take to pass across the sky. Specifically Pluto, which takes 248 years to complete a cycle, so I'm told. But you'd have to watch the video to understand what that even bloody means. I've got to watch the video again at least 3 times to understand what it bloody means. But it's interesting, guys, and I'd like to know your opinions about it for sure.
Yo, what's up, boys?
Oh.
What's up, man? Good to see you.
I got a funny response next time somebody asks me where I think they're from. Hoping an Indian guy comes in here, hopefully.
Where
You just
where am
cracked
I
yourself
from?
up,
I
didn't
bet
you?
you can't guess it. I bet you can't do it.
Like, you know what? You're not from the UK, are you? It kind of sounds like Jedi a little bit.
Right.
I hope someone drops in here, lads, and they've got like some thick Indian accent, and it's like, where do you think I'm from? And we're all just going India, Pakistan, Nepal, all the usual shit that we throw out, and then it's just like, oh no, I am from Queens. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's gonna wreck you. That's gonna be funny as shit just to watch you just go, yeah, sure, mate.
That's why I start just throwing these random obscure places now, dude, because it's so obvious where you're from, bro. Like, come on.
There's a part of India where the people look completely Chinese, right? They don't look Indian at all. Not even
Wait,
the
actually?
slightest bit. Yeah.
They don't have Chinese accents over there, too, do they? That area?
No, nope.
Yeah, that'd be
They
so
just
funny.
they don't look anything like Indian people. They just look like Chinese people.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll find out where it is. Yeah, northeast India. Yeah, check this out in the side chat.
Okay, give me some more
what the
information.
heck?
Yeah, they're from India. Not
Wait, guys.
well, it is Asia, but
They look like natives.
they don't look like native people
Well, not
from
like native Indians,
India.
but like Native Americans, sorry.
Well, not really. They don't look like. I mean, they're kind of dressed. I don't know, man.
I thought they were Hawaiian.
Polynesian?
Yeah, I discovered this. We were swimming at the beach in Sri Lanka, and there were, some people. I thought, oh, some Asian tourists, and I said, oh, where are you from? And they kept telling us India. We thought that they were just trolling, but it turns out that they're actually from India. And there's a part of India where they look like this.
They look Asian.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you even in ancient India?
Bro, there's no way. Like, I could see maybe the bottom left one, maybe. Not that bottom. Not bottom right one, bro. Hell no. Top left one, hell no. Maybe top right.